of a modern Major General. In fact, and I know what is meant by mamelon and ravelin when I can tell at sight a chase-pot rifle from a javelin. When such affairs, assaults and surprises I'm more wary at. Just warming up, friends. Should be, though, getting us live. Starting off with a point of view as we walk towards the Copacabana beach in this Australian paradise. It is. I mean, gosh, there's probably a million places like this, but it is not too far from Sydney, a little bit north of Sydney. Baking sun, scantily clad people, which we can't necessarily avoid, can we? Which is the nature here in this country, of course. It is the beaches and the coast that really makes it. And it seems like it's working. Brilliant. Let's have a look and make sure we'll give you the live location as well, rather than some random location. Should be coming through now on the old map. Now, everything seems to be working. Ah, cool. Oh, Ihasa says greetings from Berkeley, California. Greetings, my friend. And ZDMC says, yes, unknown friend who is known by God is back on the move, walking and talking the things of the Spirit, peace and grace to all who love Christ. Amen, my friend. Chris Doak, my friend, always a regular here with us. Now just close those chats down for a moment. Of course, friends, I'll be checking them throughout our journey onward into the wilderness, into the unknown. The true unmasterable, you could say, when you think about unknown. Of course, he is known, but unmasterable in terms of fully knowable. That you can't postulate anything, only you can, in the negative, postulate anything. But here we are, look at this paradise. People don't know what they have here. But that being said, everything's relative, right? The super rich suffer, of course, but at the same time, oh, we might actually skip the sand part, but look at these incredible cliffs. Look at them like arms surrounding the bay. Let me see what that looks like. That's not too high, is it? Yes, perfect. We love it. Great to see you, friends, on this fine Australian day. I'm probably going to bake, right? This is a good example of where what the streams are going to be like in summer. It's probably going to a fair bit of getting a cool drink and sitting down, right? But here we are. This is called Copacabana. You take a train. That's what I'm supposed to do that I forgot to do. Look at the history of the place so I could talk a bit about it. Whoops. Well, we know what's the important part of the conversation, don't we? Not some surface history, but what is of the depths to such a place, or anywhere for that matter. And there's so much truth in that. You know, our great friend Bram has drawing towards the end of his mighty pilgrimage, his pilgrimage in Europe to many unpronounceable cathedrals. For me, maybe for a European, it's more well known. But really, that speaks to a point that I always like to make. I'm a nobody. This is a nowhere place, the antipodes, the antipole on the other side of the world. There's some South Americans who watch and listen. You know, there's no grand artifacts for, you know, relics. There's no grand relics here. And in worse places, there's no grand relics. But, you know, even the most bereft rural church, God's everywhere, friends. You don't have to go to, and not everyone can afford that, to go to on a pilgrimage to Europe. But you can do pilgrimages anywhere, even if there aren't churches, right? There's usually a graveyard somewhere. It's usually a graveyard somewhere. And the whole point of all this is that, you know, you in your isolated place, surrounded on all sides, perhaps surrounded by darkness, is that you can go to the, well, what other way to put it, but then you can go to the cutting edge. The true frontier is Christ at the ground of the psyche. If you're willing to put the time in to do the concentration without effort in prayer. In one way or another, all the depth psychologists, that's what they're up to. But in many ways, it didn't satisfy, of course, with people like Jung, because they didn't go all the way, like is characteristic of the great saints and the Christian mystics. And so that's the point I want to make. This is a beautiful place, of course. We go to places that have beauty because they help give a sense and they heighten the environment to match the deepness of the concepts, let's say. But remember, people might think that these things are abstracted. They're not. They're difficult to understand. I mean, these are the deepest mysteries of everything, trying to do what the mystics do, right? Go to the essence of things that we're called to become saints, right? And so, in the depth life of purification, illumination, union, and there's, of course, Latin words that describe those things of theosis, though, through hesychism, through concentration without effort, in prayer. That makes everything, makes all theology concrete. That is, mysticism is the original ground, the transcendent ground from which the theology is later justified from. What does justification mean? It means what's what makes it sufficient. It's what St. Paul's doing. We're justified by Christ, he says. We're not justified by the world. As we explained last time about the difference between him and Aristotle, they're polar opposites in the sense of it's coming from the thing that's underneath the senses is what justifies it. And so that's not common to everyone until they're brought into this living Christ who is the essence of things, the ground of things, of the appearances of the world. You know, you could say that Plato, well, he was operating off the memory of these things. Well, not even these things. Well, yes, memory, but this is where it gets difficult, of course. Talking about pagan times. It is the memory of it. Meaning cut off from emanation, meaning not ultimately the logos, but the memory of it from before the fall. What was a shape that moved, whoa, get the old hat back. What was the shape? It's going to be a windy one today, I think. What was the shape of, can you still see me there? I don't know these people. If it looks like someone beeps me and I just put a thumbs up. Here we are. And so, what was I saying? Oh, I don't think you can walk down here anymore. Oh, maybe you can. Let's see how far you can go. Oh, no. Oh, maybe. Oh, no. Oh, maybe. Oh, no. No, it's just people working on things, I think. Yeah, there is a chair here. I guess it's just a viewing point. And so, yeah, justified by... Where was I going with that? Justified by the thing that's beneath the appearances. It's possible for everyone to get to that place, in lack of a better word. But it's not like Aristotle in that it's a customary understanding and sight that everyone has that you deduce and justify from and make judgments on and define from. So it's very easy to speak in, and of course most people watching this are Christian anyway, it's very easy to speak into, not easy originally though, when Paul is going around to the pagans and converting them. It's very easy to give people a word or express things they already know, even if it's not the same words. Oh yeah, that's what I've got in my mind. That's what most teaching is. When you're trying to disclose something deeper, it requires grasping at, it requires, well, praying for, when it's the deepest things, for the wisdom to be granted to us. But when people immediately face something that they don't understand, the first reaction is, what's this nonsense? You know, that's the first egoistic reaction, because one gets the feeling that one is insufficient for it, and so we look to blame the understanding or the wording that's what's being communicated. You know, sometimes it is nonsense. There is a lot of nonsense out there, but you got to be watchful of yourself, right? That's what an epistemic principle's for, a truth criterion. But anything, if we're talking about the utter depths of things, naturally that's going to be difficult to get a grasp on. That's going to be something that emerges over time, that isn't immediately apparent. If that's the subject we're dealing with, then it's safe to assume that it's going to require time, effort, prayer, to really get an understanding. And look, the truth is, the way to approach these things, especially if you're looking to ask questions of the Lord later on, of course, is to say, I know nothing. And that's the problem that so many people aren't willing to make that sacrifice of the intellect. They build up an arsenal of propositions, even of Christianity itself. This propositional arsenal of the church in her mighty glory, right? And they become, they can become. We must remember that the propositions themselves, again, originally grounded in, if it's theology, mysticism, in the experience of which Paul has. Paul is an initiate, Paul is a mystic. It was granted to him in Damascus. But we have to make the sacrifice of the intellect. And we must remember that the things that we gain from the church, from all the hard work that's come before us, if we begin using them as propositions, abstracted because we don't have any of the experience from which it's grounded, or the experience in which it's grounded, or where it originally comes from, that we can sort of juggle it. Metaphysical jugglery, I've called it before. But not recognize the kind of effort that's required, courage that's required, loyalty that's required to Christ. Loyalty. We must be loyal to him in giving him our time and finding the time and praying for the time to do the practices and prayers. Loyalty. And these things can also be misused, right? Misused. But we must remember how much effort is and was required of all the saints who live still, that went before us, who live still. Have we earned it? And we're going to watch a video later today on this subject. On this subject. And that point that I was leading to was simply that you can, in your lonesome, surrounded by enemies, surrounded by modern hell, isolated, the Lord's waiting for you to find him in the depths of things. And you can go to he who is truth, that actually so many people who preach it, so many people who are actively in the propositional warfare actually are removed from. But it's perfect. You're in the perfect place, especially if you have some time to do this. To find this divine will. And, the lectures describe how to do so if one puts the time in, though. Over 6 months to a year. Doing that holy hour, concentration without effort in prayer. This whole fellowship, this whole stream, all this content is all about that. It's practical. If it's not practical, it's a decadent romanticism. Decadent jugglery, abstracted from the ground of things, abstracted from content. Haven't you noticed, guys, that more and more things feel like they're empty? More and more things feel like they're coal posting. Even when you try not, that's the whole illness of modernity coming to a head. A whole post-modernity coming to a head. Content is not a word that just means something that you enjoy. Content is the value, the ground of truth, and the good, and the life. So value, truth, beauty, that is both the truth and of all luster. The ground of all value isn't that old pagan word of lof, which everyone sought, right? When you sought reputation, it was to be considered valued in the eyes of others. That's what lof is. Glory, vain glory. This is pagan. This is before Christ, right? But ultimately it's empty, isn't it? That's why all the poets are always talking about the emptiness of fame. Seeking it, and it's achieved. You win the statue, you win the thing that grants you some lof. Or even women. Through women, it's more like setting traps. It's a vanity of wanting to be desired. High in the eyes of others, wanting to be desired, right? Feasting, eating that desire rather than in your own eyes. Men, it's a bit more wanting to consider oneself high in one's own eyes. But so much great poetry from people. Even even Lord Byron, I think, talked of this, but he's a degenerate, of course. But empty, right? You get your Oscar statue, immediately worthless, has no draw for you anymore, medically inherited desire. So what is this value then? Well, he is the ground of all value. When people talk about meaning, it's being, the luster, the truth, ultimate substance and essence that is beneath the appearances of the world as it appears to us. That grants it its sufficiency, grants it its grants everything its being to begin with. It's hard to see from the surface, right? But that's what he shows you in the depth life. That's when you get a true idea of what something having intrinsic value means. Celestial gravity approaching you, intrinsic value, as St. John of the Cross is talking about, right? As saints in the Philokalia, the overshadowing of the soul, like the breath being granted, the breath of the soul being withdrawn and then granted, death and life. At the very stomach or of things. That's value. And you notice it in many ways, you notice it more when everything's beginning to be withdrawn. That is what is been decaying for a long time. The Kali Yuga, which is this perennialist idea that we're in the Kali Yuga, that ended with the incarnation and the healing of the macrocosm. But of course, whilst we're still fallen, whilst we haven't dealt with our individual sin, all of us must, that continues. These cycles continue. But what is available now is the miracle. What's available now is the true, is emanation from the, it's access to the Father, through the Father, to the Father, through the Son, who no one had access to the Logos before, apart from prophetic, apart from the chosen people who were set aside for a reason to, in a sense, to be purified like we must do. Just like they were separated, so too must we separate ourselves by doing our morning concentration without effort practice, right? It begins to withdraw the will from the world. To the transcendent. And so before this happened, of course, they were dealing with think about what Kali Yuga means. It's the slow separation from an original beginning in Luciferic spirituality, let's say, what the perennialists think is all the same God. But none of those perennialists found that God. Gwenon ended up searching for it in a more primitive religion rather than the true religion. Abandoned something higher for something lower and never found it. That's what he deeply thirsted for. There's a problem, though, that people they worship an idol of their concept of Christ, of how they want him to be. That's, in a sense, more dangerous than just being an atheist. An atheist is someone you can actually probably get to. Someone who hates their idea of Christ, right? They're very troublesome to a lot of heathens. They hate their idea of him. They don't know him, though. If they did, you can't hate Christ when you know him. But you can hate your concept of him. And then when you go or try to go to the depths of things, when whatever practice you're doing, because you've got this idol, well, you just don't end up, you end up with that bias covered over. But if you just were open to it, if you sought truth, doing whatever practice you're doing, and were not with that bias, and said, I'm open to it being Christ, or open to it being whatever the truth is, and he'll reveal himself to you. But what happens otherwise is Luciferic spirituality or a satanic one. Will to power or a fleeing serpent fleeing upward. Wow, look at this. Look at the sun. Carving away the shadow. Carving away the shadow. It's a bit of a McKillen line there, isn't it? The shadow fox. I do love that when you see the light walk itself across the mountainside. Gosh, the sand is like swamp walking through. Let's get a bit lower here. And so that's available to everyone. He loves everyone, even your enemies. The Lord loves them. But there is this issue. There is this issue with idols. You know, people, unfortunately, many of our Protestant friends end up with a concept, and they don't recognize that a thought or a concept can be just as much an idol. In fact, more so because you don't recognize it. More so. Ideology is the worst of idols. They are, in a sense, demons. They can keep you enclosed in a sphere, enclosed in a circle. An icon isn't much of an idol. Can't be. I think in this day and age, a picture, no one is going to mistake an icon for God himself. You know, that's the danger of the idol, is that in pagan times, and even for the Israelites themselves, there was the possibility, because they didn't have this overarching consciousness being, this separated, pulled away from things. These things developed over time. We've changed. It's not the same human being. It was much easier for them and the Greeks to mistake the statue itself for the god, right? And so this zealousness against the poor old helpful idol, our friends for veneration, that help open one up. No one thinks that's the God. Well, look, we'll go into the theory of icons at a different time. We talk about it a little bit in some of the lectures when we talk about icons, but there are many great videos by Orthodox people on the icon. But rather than going into the full metaphysics of it, got to be more careful these days, right? It's got to be more careful and not to just jump into things. And so, but that's a very big danger. Is it the living God we're after? Is it the community? Are we lost in propositional warfare? Because remember, the good wins when it's present. Christ wins when he's present. That's how he wins. Love, willed good, wins when it's present. There's a reason why, like I've said before, that the Crusaders were offered contemplative practices, because in the war, yes, sometimes there's sanction for it to happen, but we must have a sacred space for the good to present, and also doing something for our kin that is safe from that, protected from the battle, and because the critical mode seeds into, and the Lord's not present in the critical mode. This stuff has to happen, right? But there needs to be a paired off. In terms of the apologetics war we see online, right? There has to be the exhortation content, the inspirative content, the beauty and full of spiritual life and Christ's love. Our apologetics friends need to be mindful of maybe making half their content this, half their content. We need to ennoble the work, not only make warfare, which isn't, the living Christ is not there when you're doing that. It might be something sanctioned and needed, and so he probably is with you, right? But in terms of the conversation and what's happening, people aren't getting that when they're listening. They usually get excited by the warfare of it. This is the online apologetics warfare. And so what happens with that? You get remember, some of this does need to happen. I'm not one of those people that says, no, he's being mean, what a meanie. No. But a good approach would be, well, what if we could make half of this content that we put out this? Even if it gets less views, less numbers. Because remember, the war gets all the numbers, the news. Can we be motivated not by that? Because why? Well, you probably know where I'm going with this. Because it's the road to the Antichrist. The Antichrist is not only, he's not only the more clear cases of AI, of the technocratic order, of globalists. Wow, there's a old, you guys probably can't see this from here. You guys can't see this from here. But on this river, there's a beautiful house. Maybe you can see it just as a speck in the distance. That Australian style farmstead on top of a green hill overlooking this beautiful lake. It's funny, if you look at this. Speaking of technocratic, I remember asking the Lord whether I should walk south here for the stream. Just a simple thing. And on the Google Maps, there was no route in this beach. See how there's this lagoon here. And I'm thinking, but Lord, there's no way through that. We'd have to walk around. It would take too long. It's like consulting Herodotus people, right? Looking at the Google map. And then of course, it's only every now and then is this is Lawrence of Arabia stuff here. I've got the sand piercing my skin, the sand, and the sand people will be my rebellion. Lawrence, King Lawrence. And so of course this lagoon is only sometimes is that like that. But on the Google Maps, it shows it being a waterway. Anyway, just a little side note. And so, wow, and the sun comes out. Hot, but much better, isn't it? It looks a lot better. And so, it's quite a strange sight, isn't it? My feet are full of sand. And so, Antichrist, right? If we're not careful, what ends up happening, and we're going to watch a video by Seraphim Rose, Father Seraphim Rose, talking about this, is that we think we know who the is the Antichrist, but remember, it's right here. The danger is within our churches. The danger is what someone like Valentin Tomberg would call the egregore of the church. This is when you get lost and your motivations become, secretly will to power. And it is so easy for the motivating forces of numbers and to stoke vanity. I mean, I'm constantly the devil tries to tempt over that sort of thing. Numbers, 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 right? Oh, let's do a stream about this or that to get better numbers, right? But you have to follow the Lord loyally if that's not what he wants you to do. Wow, it's definitely Lawrence of Arabia here. And in that wilderness, I found my Arabian tribes to defeat the Turks. And so, I don't know if you can hear, hopefully you can hear this. I probably should turn the noise cancelling on. But we're about to get past this point, so. And so, yes, Seraphim Rose talks about it in this video. But we understand it when we're talking about the will to power in terms of the motives that get in the way. The motivating forces are your God. You need to constantly be withdrawing from the pulls and in-depth practice, not merely, because remember, communion has to be more than once a week in the sense of eventually, right? In the sense of, as Unseen Warfare says, that communion, the other communion, is through these depth prayers over a long period of time. Western priests to Orthodox saints, revised and edited. And so, what are we saying here? The Antichrist also is, because it is tied up with AI, yes. People start worshipping it as their God. It's an overarching idol structure. Idol versus the icon. It presents itself as the thing that holds and encapsulates prime value, holds and encapsulates truth. As we know, there is nothing here. Either the church is an icon or, well, it's to be an icon towards God, right? It's knowledge, it's theology, not an idol. Depends how you use it. And so, Father Seraphim Rose said that this is the danger where you have orthodoxy in appearance. Everyone is going through the motions, but there's no love. Because that's Christ, friends. There's no depth experience. But we perfectly operate all the procedures, all the rituals that we're told to. But the love and the heart is not there. And so it looks like orthodoxy, or it looks like Catholicism, it looks like Christianity. Perhaps people even use it, its idea superstructures, for battle. But there's no heart. There's no celestial gravity, let's say. There's no depth experience with a loving heart. And that's what he helps us understand. It's not only the propositional, it's not only the legalism. It can happen simply in the actions and the will. Wills are macked. The devil burrows his ways in way subtler ways than obviously LGBT stuff, right? And that's Father Seraphim Rose who said that. And you can see why. He knows there's something he finds something in orthodoxy and knows, and then it goes deeper into monasticism, into his community that he founds. I guess we'll just stomach the sand in our shoes and keep walking. Because we're not, well, we can get a bit of it out, I suppose. Vacillating, Scott, between yes and no here. Pathetic. I'll check the chats too before we move on. Yes. What a beautiful place. And so yes, something we have to be wary of when we're constantly checking our Twitter feeds. Are we distracted by, are we pulled by, oh, this guy's got more likes than me. Are we pulled by, you know, oh, what did that pagan say? Or what did that Protestant say? Or what did the, you know, this sort of thing, right? And then that's where the impetus, the impulse for our actions come from. What did that liberal orthodox person say? I gotta counter that, I gotta counter it. Is it divine will? How's your discernment in terms of discerning what you should do and talk about? Do you know how to ask and how to interpret the answer? As we talk about in the lecture segue on how to discern the Holy Spirit. Of course, that takes time. It's very difficult without spending, you have to put the hour a day in, but, over 6 months, it would become possible, or it has for our friend Aniran in the fellowship and myself, and it's something, of course, Valentin Tomberg talks about, and of course, the Philokalia talks about in the sense of the peace and joy we understand as part of our, how do we know it's positive conscience and the Lord, and not simply joy on its own. But that's a subject for the lecture. You can just look at that yourself. And so, swamped by flies. But see what I do to bring you to these locations, friends? We shall push on. Let me have a look at the old chats. Yes, ZDM C23 says St. Paul, 1 Corinthians 13, without love it's vanity. Oh, yes. We were talking about that earlier, weren't we? This lof is, this Anglo-Saxon lof is. That was pagan. This emptiness, it's empty seeking for more. And that's what arbitrary will to power, right? It's Vilsamax, because we're existentialists, we're empty, essentially empty at ground. Temporal beings without essence. And so, what are we talking about? Idols. Oh, the Antichrist. Oh, these guys look like they're playing a bit of golf. Hopefully, might be able to walk around this hill rather than over the sand. Let me have a look. Let me have a look. Sorry about the silence, but I don't want to get logged down in the sand when I can just walk around. Where are we? No, we're not there. We're down here. I reckon we... Come on, update. Yeah. Or maybe we are there. No, we're not there. Sorry, I know this is boring. Everyone, but... Oh, I think that's someone's house anyway. We have to keep walking. We must go on. Yeah, the weather turned out not so bad, Chris. It's pretty good. And so that's what we need to be single-mindedly focused on before anything else. Because how do we know we have sanction to do the things that we do? That we are following divine? Well, it's very difficult. This is a difficult thing. Mega difficult. You know, you can look up videos on YouTube and it's not exactly 100% clear. Even unseen warfare is not fully clear. But we know it's possible. And there are some keys to knowing it as an answer. Henry Bergson is very helpful in understanding how intuition is made possible through sympathy, through love. But also being able to confirm and know the answer is in fact, well, the Lord, right? Partly the saints show us with talking about the peace, that it must be peace, it can't be joy on its own. And we've talked about the mysteries of joy before. And the phenomenology, which means it's a logy of the word phenomenology, means, you know, it's logos, right? It's knowing the phenomena, the phenomenology of this, which we need to be aware of this word because that's what you deal with in the death life. You have to check what the saints see and feel. Because so much of this is about the heart. Not just that. The loving heart. Because it's not just some emotive thing, it's the truth. Remember, we've talked about intrinsic value, scent, certainty. Of course, you always use the epistemic principle, which means truth criterion for people who don't know what that word means. These are philosophical terms, but we've, probably talked about them enough for people to know. You can always Google them. You do have the internet at your fingers. But that being said, that's how we do anything. How else do you verify this stuff? It's part of our truth criterion to look into what the tradition says and look into what the saints say. Because they are other people, fathers, spiritual fathers, and in some case spiritual, St. Teresa revealed that is authentic spiritual experience, spiritual to go with. There you go, the last looks of the beach. We'll see more beaches, don't worry. And so, that's part of it. They are the voice of authority. They've touched this well fount of wisdom at the essence of things. But sometimes it's also helpful to hear from more recent saints like Saint Seraphim of Sarov, because they're dealing a bit more with modern times. Valentin Tomberg, also another one. Not a saint, but, some people make the case for it, in the Catholic world anyway. So, that'll never happen, of course, just as an unnamed one, let's say. I'm not making that claim myself, I'm just saying. Oh, well, look at this, don't you love houses on hillsides? I mean, the houses are, they're stock. This is most of Australia, right? It's these sort of fibro panelled houses. Very Antipodean design style. Wood. That architect show, what's it called? It's a good show, actually. The BBC's, what's it called? You probably know what I mean. It's where these people take on projects in their own house building and design. Something design. That's helpful, Scott. Something design. Very good. Wow, okay. And this is where, if you don't like the heat, my friends, this ain't the country for you, unless you live in Tasmania, which is not really Australia. It is Australia, but it's not really Australia. Off the coast. South. It's not too bad today. It's going to get worse. But we'll push on. And so we'll find a nice place to stop and read our book for a while. And remember, if you want to send any videos for us to discuss at the end, we're going to get to that segment this time, I promise. Unless something intervenes at the end of the stream, we'll take a look at 2 videos. One dealing with De Creevy, determined to be Catholic, talks about certain priests who don't have the spiritual experience, and I think that's important to remember. Not important to remember, but just if this is true, that you know, it is important that more people do the practices, I suppose. I mean, what I say is simply bring the monastery into the cathedral. Now more than ever. Thank God there is such places like the Holy Mountain. Maybe in a sense, because you've got these 2 spaces that are their own countries, right? Vatican and this monastic republic. Maybe that's what... Actually, I'm not going to postulate anything about what's wrong with either of these things. I'd like to go there one day. The old Athos. Easier for a European than it is for an Antipodean, though. But one day, perhaps, speak to the monastics. Okay. Listen to that bird song. Lovely. Let me just chuck you guys here for a little while, and we'll get a drink. Okay, we should be able to get back to the beach, I think, wherever there's a pathway to it. Yeah, that swampy style of beach takes more energy to walk through uncertain ground, doesn't it? Look at this here. Weird, I've made it like a castle. Looks like Minecraft. See it? Yeah, it's funny, you can see a bit of a shack here too. It looks quite eccentric. Usually, every now and then you see that. There's usually one village eccentric who builds something weird. Their house is probably an Anglo thing, right? Gotta be. English eccentric. Okay. Wow. Well, let's see where we are. That was probably more exhausting than walking the other way. Oh wait, that's someone's driveway anyway, we can't walk down there, never mind. Just continue down the road. Okay. Oh, I see where we are. This is good, this is good. Perfect. Oh, there's a footpath here. Oh, that might be someone else's house actually, never mind. Never mind. nice, isn't it? Hopefully there's still signal going down here. But you see a bit through the trees. If you wanted to work in Sydney, you'd probably, well, you drive to the train station, takes about, I don't know, it might take an hour. So you could live here and work in Sydney. I think that's becoming people's ideal these days. They want to, they notice some sort of yearning. They notice something is wrong. They don't know exactly what it is though, and so they think the country sea change will make it better. That helps a lot, but that's their ideal, to commute. To commute somewhere or to work remotely, still have enough money or a city wage, but live in the country. A lot of people doing that. But as we've often said, of course, the yearning is a soul yearning, which is good. That means because there's a soul yearning, we're not in Kali Yuga. Again, these are like, again, this is just a term that perennialists use, Kali Yuga. It's just for them, because I know some watch this. It's for us, it's periods of a bankrupt spirit, or the approaching apocalypse, or a close to, apocalypse is the end of time, so it's completely different, but for them it's cycles. So I'm just saying that word for that reason. We're not talking about Eastern isms, but this yearning actually is good. It tells us that that leftover pagan cycle, well, that firstly, that's ended anyway, and it's come to an end already. Even the leftover cycle's coming to an end, because you're at the height of this cycle of the death of spirit, which happened before the incarnation, mind you. It was almost at its height, and then of course he completely ended it for all time. Christ in resurrection. That's never happened before. He is God. Everything else, sorry, memory, fallen hierarchies. Yes, truth in it, but fallen hierarchies. I'll explain next lecture. Or characterize anyway. Characterize. And so, that yearning means there's something being triggered at the ground of people's being. Because before, the materialism in the Victorian age was satisfying. People were satisfied. That's the height of the decadence. That's the height of a death of spirit, where they don't even know. In general, but people in general, it's passing, right? And so the danger is, of course, Antichrist. The danger is the false spiritualities that flood us. Remember, the false things are also, unfortunately, well, false doctrines can lead to it. And then we just end up, of course, people attack each other, brothers in Christ, but the human solution to it is never. That's the problem. This time is that we've tried to actually solve it. I think just by you can't just postulate a solution based on reading doctrine. You are talking, and what the end is that if an orthodoxy that is just the enacting of the surface actions and not the love and the life and the and in a sense you could look at the Protestant and say, well, what are they doing? They tried to make it a Christ without, in a sense, the church or orthodoxy, and that's a bad idea, my friends. Within. I think I was speaking to Matthew Pajot, and he made a good point, just saying they just weren't willing to wait long enough. You know? just weren't willing to wait long enough. That's why there's a revolutionary spirit there of critique. It could have gone another way. Now, how do I get a nice view with a seat in the shade like here? I don't want just cars in the background, nor do I want a playground next to it. There's got to be some sort of seats around here. And so what's the solution, friends? Within the church. Depth aspect of the church. Part of your epistemic principle, right? And Christ. And providence. And listening to what the Philokalia says. And of course, as what I talk about, not everyone agrees with that, Valentin Tomberg, which is key to what we talk about here in this fellowship anyway. I'm hoping, but I don't know if we'll get it. Hoping. We'll see. Just want a nice view and a seat. Or else we might have to go back to that park. And what is that? When we say that, the church, well, you don't abandon remembrance. What is this actually fundamentally we're talking about? It's the honor thy father and thy mother. Remembrance and providence. Future and living memory. Living memory. Listen to those words. The church is alive now inside. The eternal now reconnected. The Sabbath now reconnected. Living memory. Not what it was in pagan past when it was memory, even though it had energy to it, right? The eternal recurrence is like a devolution before Christ incarnated. It's like a slow from a luciferic, which everyone had, spirituality, and then a decay that recurs. That's what eternal recurrence means. The term Nietzsche coined. And that's what he accessed when Solomon, I believe, says, what has been is what will be. What will be, I can't remember the exact quote, but I think you know the one I mean. He's talking about the eternal recurrence. And this is the deep desire for the coming of, which you see in certain pagan mythologies. And why is that? Because there are patterns, even in a cut-off memory. There are patterns in the things that were still with us in the fall. There were patterns of the Savior coming. But for him, that was the autumn of thought. For David, that was the spring. And so the moon is a great symbol for that. Oh wait, there's some chairs down here. The moon, the reflective, the dying. Actually, the tarot. The tarot is great symbolism for metaphysical things. The symbols are great for discerning these things, as Valentin Tomberg showed. And so, especially then, of course we know the miraculous through a people set aside because the waters below the firmament are tainted, right? They're tainted from after the fall. And so that a people has to be set aside. And just as what happened with the collective, and you need that, right? Because a collective, a people is a language. You, in a sense, are an extension of the language, which is a being, a genus, an entity, genius. The word genius means original, right? The generating people set aside, tradition set aside. Purification, the same purification that had to happen for a collective people, so too must it happen now for every individual. which is what this fellowship is all about, the depth life. Being careful. And believe me, my friends, I'm tempted. I'm a sinner like everyone else. Tempted to constantly buy that. And it's something I'm constantly guided not to do. Get involved in the polemical. Because it's a different... That's not to say some of it doesn't need to... This is where we'll have to do our thing. Some of it doesn't need to happen. That doesn't mean some of it doesn't need to happen and would be sanctioned. But you have to have... Everyone must actually have a certain set-asideness. And I think, like I said earlier, especially with... Oh no, it's in the sun. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. It's in the sun. It's right where the pool is too. It's probably not a great place. Let's go somewhere else. Unfortunately. Find somewhere else. What do we have here? This tree might be good. Maybe. Be a bit uncomfortable. But, yeah. Those burgers look good. I'm not eating today though. Fasting today. What about here? They're going to make me buy something. I can buy something, I suppose. Why not? All right, that's better. Only if this doesn't blow over though, will this work? Maybe we can... bag there. Okay, yes. What's happened here? Oh no, we're all good. Hello. Look at that, hey? Not bad. We like that. Maybe it would be better just on the chair. Yes, I know, boring, right? Bit boring. I don't know if that's going to stay. Man, it should stay. Let's see. A big gust of wind comes along, it'll probably blow it over, but that's all right. Ooh. That sun has a bit of kick though. Always in looking for these proper locations, aren't we? I've got my book here. Yes. All right, everyone. This is where we're going. This is it. It's not too bad. Hopefully this sunscreen holds out. You'll have to just wait there while I reapply it. How boring. Yes. Pasty white Celtic Anglo skin. This is the world's worst sunscreen. But look at that. Look at where I take you. Hey, can you see a bit more of that? Hey. Yes. Nice. Yeah. Good. Good. Oh. Okay. All right. There we are. We're continuing our reading of Rudolf Steiner. I'll check the charts in a sec as well. I'm sure it's okay if we just take a little break here, isn't it, friends? Wow, it's incredible, right? It might not look as good on camera, but you can always go over onto Rumble. Look at these houses on the cliffs here. Can you see that? Imagine that incredible view. I think like most things though, you get sick of it. Although, when you thank God for everything, you don't get sick of it. When you constantly, and this is a practice recommended in Unseen Warfare, when you're constantly recognizing through the act of thanking for any good that comes, because all goods originally come from Him. It plays its part because nothing is not collaborative with Him in this depth life. Remember it, nothing is brought about by you alone. It's the mistake many have made before. That helps in the re-enlivening and re-valuation of. Well, what's valuation? Well, where does the original value come from? Think about it. Why is something valued? Because it carries a something. Used for something, because people, it's connected somehow to people in some remote way with something that's a necessity. And what's the ultimate necessity? God Himself, who provides the forces in the first place. Think about it, you need food, and so gold is attributed value because it carries, for many reasons. But really it comes from originally spirit. And that's what you come to realize when you examine the depth of what's called axiology in philosophy is the study of value. Nietzsche, a lot of Nietzsche's work was about the change in value over time. Oh, can you still see me? Or? Not that it matters that you can see me, but yeah. You still see me a little bit. The value over time. he was mapping that decay, and he leaned into it, because where does it come from? It comes from animalistic value. It comes from the will to power, the will to more. Why does that exist? Because of one of the reasons it does is because of an insufficiency of what we are. Finite beings are being towards death. You're dying from the moment you are born, you're dying. But there's something of you that's eternal. But because of this insufficiency, because you're thrown into the world, as the philosopher Heidegger uses the language thrown, what is that connected to? Oh man, that hurts. It's because I used a shaver on my poor old neck. Stinging. Heidegger, the philosopher, uses the word thrown. What's that connected to? Well, what's he doing? It's very difficult to understand if you're looking up. Heidegger's really not the best introduction to Heidegger. But why is that? You know, some people might feel that when they look at this content, right? They're difficult things, but also part of it, and what the phenomenologists were doing, which was the school of philosophy, was trying to get to underneath the presumptions of modernity that give frame to the world, as we talked about before. And so lost my train of thought there. Where were we going with that? We were going with that to don't remember. You know, when something pops into your head, something else, some distracting element gets in the way of this other being. Oh, that's what we were saying, that you're eternal. But yeah, these things get in the way of the other being that's with you. You know, your speaking, your wording is almost, it's another being in a way. And when you get a better sense of the different things you make up, actually, when you're looking back to the church fathers and the ancients, you're looking back to their understanding when they're clearly telling you that the things, the thoughts and temptations that come to you aren't necessarily you. But one of those things is that language being that goes on. Different principles, you could say, are made up of different principles. But where we were going with that was that throne, that word thronal, there's a thrownness that we have, because at the ground of our being, before we find Christ though, not essentially, but with what we see and what's available to conscious experience, is, you know how people use that word subjective, subject? Well, the meaning of that word is under, throw, sub, under, ject, throw. And so when Heidegger's translating it, he's going back to German terms, not the things that have all this metaphysical baggage with them. He's breaking it down. And so when people look at those words, they have trouble with him, right? But that's why you got to grasp at it and work with it. And he's actually a recommended thinker on our reading list. That being said, you have to invest a lot of time in him to understand all his terminology. But it's a great help in breaking down. But remember, all this thinking is only preparation. You don't need to read him, because Christ melts all. His love, his uncreated energy, his melts all rigidity. resurrects inner being, even though you've encapsulated, or we've encapsulated ourselves in modernity and idea superstructures and rigidity. We're dying. And that's why there's the yearning. That being said, the possibility there is open to return to the ground of all value, because value's been pulled out of things, right? People are saying at the moment, oh, we're not machines, man's not a machine. Or the machine's growing. Escaping the machine. It's about healing where ill. People don't know though. The cure though, people aren't willing to efface their intellect. They're not willing to efface all their knowing and pseudo-certainty. But that's what Christ asks us to do, of course. Blessed are the poor in spirit. It has to be. These things are all the leftovers of paganism. The leftovers, they continued on. Greek Academy, they continued on. Metaphysics continued on. And dissolve it. Even a lot of Christianity. Has trouble with that rigidity. And look, no, rigidity is not what I don't mean. Clarity and care and conciseness. You have those at the same time. What I mean is idol versus icon. Really, the reality is a mix of idols and icons, mostly idols at the moment. And you say, well, what does that mean? When things form a closed circle, spiritually and even as a mind frame, say a communist mind frame or a materialist mind frame that you can't get out of, right? Everything's explained by it. Anything you see is put within that frame, right? That is an idol. It doesn't allow a continual becoming, continual growth, which in a sense, that's what Nietzsche was trying to escape. Nietzsche, his objections are correct. You know, we love Nietzsche where he's good. Not in the solution, but in the criticism of the idol being that grew. A human idealism, a humanism, rather than the living God, or the living God that wants to lead us to a living becoming, the risen Christ. And even Paul talks about this, right? Paul talks about the law, living Christ, not the law. Doesn't mean you don't have laws. It means, though, you have to seek the living, risen Christ, who's at the essence of your own psyche. How do you get there? Well, the core practice really of everything we say, really, even though I have that lecture that's the practices of Christian mysticism, it is concentration without effort in prayer. That's what all the monastics are up to. That's what Hesychism is. Poverty of thought, poverty of the imagistic. As Unseen Warfare talks about, it is helped. Remember, it's always collaborative, but it's helped to be brought about by concentration. That with prayer, with the Jesus prayer, but also, of course, with sort of a combination of two different ways. I mean, one of the goals we talk about with Greenwood Fellowship is a different pedagogy, a way of teaching, a way of a Christian one, in the sense of being careful with the presumptions of metaphysics that's in the language, One of them is, we say practice, and one of them you could consider being the separation of theory and practice. Theory is also action. Thinking is also action. But also, it's difficult though, because to begin with, you need to sort of show people the maybe word they're more used to. Practice. I mean, one thing can, again, none of this works without Christ though, right? You can't be a philosopher saying, I'm not going to be the religion, you know, there are certain philosophers that were preaching a religion that's not a religion. And then they have moved over to a different mode saying, okay, I used to use the language of engineering, now I'm going to use a more symbolic language. Like a pagan hermeticist almost. None of this works without Christ. Even for Heidegger, he's already done that project anyway. Steiner already did that project. Addressing these mysticism with Platonism, addressing the rigidity of language and the techniques of language, the engineering style of, oh, you do this practice and it brings about A, B, C, D. That's a procedure, right? It's very technical. But the key is the recognition that you're not doing it. Because there's a presumption, even if you start to use language like, oh, we're going to go on a road, we're going to enact a way or do a way. Like say, today we're here at our training, friends, we're going to do this way today as a replacement for we're going to enact this practice, that's very Latinate root words, right? You're still pursuing a religion that's not a religion. You're still pursuing a techniques under different words. You're pursuing a bootstrapping where you do it yourself. And it's not you that does it. And that's also the problem, right, is that people get trapped when one's self-reliant. It's the self-reliance that traps you in the closed circles of ideology. And then you see people say, oh, isn't that what religion gives you, this ideological certainty, just like the communists, right? No, you bow it to the living God who reveals himself to you. Your ideas are surrendered in the sense that it's not an idol, it's not a certainty by a logical consistency that, say, communism might give you, or idealistic cohesiveness of an idea superstructure. Because that's the idealist criterion of truth, right? Is this cohesive, this system? Is it logical, internally consistent? But no, our justification is the living God who through the process reveals himself as a fact of experience. Or maybe I'll leave those in. Kind of separates me from things in a good way. So I can just read or do whatever we're going to do. I'll tell you what, it's nicer to Glenn Lewin. I wonder, Glenn, if that's is that a Welsh name? New South Wales, he says. Chris Doug says the Coke finally appears. And so, yeah, that's what Paul's saying. But yeah, I mean, I saw those two dweebs, those two dweebs on Joe Rogan, what are they, that Konstantin Christen and whatever the other guy's name is, the sidekick, whatever the sidekick's name is. He was there saying, yeah. When Rogan was talking about Christianity, oh, it's funny they have certainty or whatnot. He's like, yeah, ideology gives you certainty. And they were talking about because it's locked in, right? But if they're not in mysticism, in the tradition's purification, illumination, union, so as I say, it's a fact of experience. You have to actually let go of your presumptions, even maybe what you think Christ is going to be. Because that can be an idol. You know how we talked about that you can make the church's tradition an idol. Everyone has to make the sacrifice of the intellect. You sacrifice the intellect to intuition. You sacrifice the intellect to learning to follow what you recognize as not subjective through purification. That's part of the sacrifice of the intellect, where you learn that, that being that begins to reveal himself to me through this process, the living Christ, the risen Christ, he knows better than my lame-ass calculation, my lame-ass rational certainty, which is a surface certainty. There's eyewitness certainty, there's essential certainty, there's logical, rational certainty. That's the surface one. The deeper levels are, of course, like I said, it's intrinsic. You can have an experience with he who is truth, the ground of truth is intrinsically certain, carries value and weight on its own as the phenomena that reveals itself to you. Of course, mostly that's while you're praying, while you're in your holy hour. But you begin to be able to just do it throughout the day. Like, I'm looking at the world as it is now, right? Sometimes things break in, sometimes, intuitions. I think I talk about in the lecture on how to discern the Holy Spirit, right? Is that you can be interrupted in your everydayness. Like we are today, we're talking or whatnot. You're interrupted by certain things. The groaning, the unutterable groaning that St. Paul talks of. That's an interruption. That's an interruption to get you to pay attention and to see what that's towards. What's that addressing? Then you go and pray and then ask. Or it could be the heart, or it could be active imagination, or it could be, as we said, which is like a transparency over everything. But most of the time, you're going to the depths. You're doing your concentration and prayer, and that becomes sooner and sooner and sooner because of the Lord's transformation of you. I could do it right. You can do it. These things become certain. Spiritual touch becomes certain. Sooner and sooner. It begins at the end of your holy hour, and then eventually it's almost straight away. But you have to put the time in over a long term. But you'll see soon enough. Things, if you do the hour a day of concentration without effort in prayer, you'll see soon enough, over 3 months, something. Things seeking truth, though, not he who is truth, not spiritual experience itself, but seeking truth first. Because if you just seek comfort, you're like, I know I've said it a million times, you'll get that. But who will it be? Because what you were after wasn't him, but feeling better. And that's a separateness, right? It's like away from reality. Because the Lord wants to purify you. And that requires contraction and expansion, spiritual contraction and expansion. Meaning you have the holy morning that we talk about. Holy morning. And as St. John of the Cross talks about, from that weight, spiritual weight, that he's close, and it's because we're corrupted that you feel that as well, and you have to go through it. That's a good thing anyway. The sorrow becomes a joy, and joy and sorrow, the depth of the sorrow and depth of joy, because that's what he offers, in the sense that living life abundantly is by knowing death and life. He is the synthesis of death and life. And now the king of death as well, right? Which nothing else was before him. The master of death, the master himself. Look at that little butterfly flew past when we said that. The master. The high priest. and he is the high priest. And that's kind of the beauty of the process as well, is that as the way of the pilgrim talks of, through the taking the appropriate amount of time and withdrawal, like the Israelites were the people set aside, so too do we need to be set aside for an hour a day, or even a little bit more than an hour, like an hour and 10 minutes. You know, well, look, work your way up to it, that's fine, but you really do have to get there. Some of the friends, they do it over their commute, 40 minutes away on their commute, so they end up doing an hour and 20 minutes. But, you know, work towards, you do also need privacy as well, right? And so our friend, and he's, like I said, the things that I talk about have come about for him. But privacy is needed for some of it, right? The Lord tells us to go into our house and shut the door. I can't remember the exact quote. Feel free to put it in the chat. Go into the tabernacle. You do need that privacy for, as the way of the pilgrim talked about, the faces that one might make in the depths in experiencing things. And that's him. That's an orthodox staple, that book. I'll start the book in a moment. So we're 2 hours in now. Probably should have started it already, right? Glenn. Glenn says that was a Welsh name, that Lewin. Yeah, you can tell. Many great actors, the old Welsh. Richard Burton, my boy. I don't know how to do Welsh. I don't know what I'm trying. But the bounty, sir. The bounty. A friend. We don't usually get questions, but good. Here's one. ZDMC, friend of the channel, says Tom Berg spoke of life against electricity. Do you think that we have skipped past his concern straight to AI? What is electricity? It's polemical. That's what Satan and Lucifer are like. They're poles, rigidities that push, but opposites, right? They're not working together. That's what electricity is. It's like Steiner talked about this actually. It's difficult to get, but even Heidegger helps us a bit. The philosopher Heidegger, when he talks about, goes all the way back to Greek metaphysics and says, oh, hang on, the birth of this technology is actually in mind. It's the conversion of a living spirit into rigid propositions. What's a proposition? What am I saying? Rigid definitions of words that become technical and dead. They're not the thing they refer to anymore. They don't carry, they become idols, right, to the thing that they're supposed to, they're abstracted from the concrete. Here's the concrete of the thing the word is supposed to disclose and open and point out, and they're abstracted from it, and then don't even collect, nothing connect. This is the disvaluation, right? And so what he's saying, Heidegger, is that happened all the way back in Greek metaphysics when they started to, Aristotle is the end of this, when he's doing his definitions, because that's making things stand out as rigid and pulled out and then dead. And of course Christ fixes that when he incarnates, fixes everything. Because the thing that was enlivening them was a false, in pagan times, it was what Heidegger calls the first beginning. It's a Lucifer gnosis, a Lucifer spiritual experience from the fall. And so yeah, that's where that technology comes from. It's from Greek, all the way back in Greek times. He he postulates a separation of the word art and techne, whereas techne art used to be the same thing. So it was living like a tree, like elves in Lord of the Rings versus Sauron, right? And so words become an interesting spider. Actually, Steiner makes a good, ooh, I just have to kill him. Go away, or shall I kill you? Go away, or shall I kill you? You've chosen death, brother. And yeah, so he has a great essay called The Question Concerning Technology, which tracks it all the way back to that separation away from art. And there's a lot of truth to that. And what basically he's saying that metaphysics has possessed us since Greek times. That same rigid, the definition is embedded in English. And you see, you can trace, and so does Steiner, you trace metaphysics from Greek to the Arabs and then back to us in the scholastics and the medievals. And this is all embedded. You could call it psychotechnology that passes from person to person, if you like, that makes modernity what it is. And so have we skipped, when Torberg's talking about electricity, but what are these things? The crystallized thinking, a dead thinking, which is no longer impulse or image, but a wording that fits together like Meccano, right? It's no longer, like you look at the old Anglo-Saxon manuscripts. The words have different spellings for the same word. There's a flexibility for the language genus in those times, right? There's not that now, is there? The printing press. And so, well, what is this fundamentally? You go, oh shit, what's going on here? And Steiner and I think Heidegger might even agree, I'm not sure. But Steiner talks about it. Well, these things are little satanic demons. Like the littlest things this is. You have to interact with it though. But what does satanic mean? It's got the baggage of Satan, naturally, because ultimately Satan is our enemy, totally. Lucifer hates humanity, hates us, our enemies. But his minions, his wider, it's all connected with the rigidity of technology and electricity itself, tied in with nature. Ultimately though, of course, he has no ultimate essence, even though he affects how nature is. The will to power and natural selection, these are principles that they're the survival of the fittest, right? Polemical survival of the fittest. But there's another principle we see in nature, the principle of cooperation that's operating. And so virginal nature, ultimately, it all comes from God, but the fall, we're responsible for this archetypally, like long ago, for that change of virginal nature. And so that inessential principle is operating here. It's realized, right? It's not ultimately true though. So I'm not talking Manichaeism or anything. It's just an operant appearance, you could say, an operant thing here in temporality, but ultimately has no essence. As we know, only the good has essence. There's not two competing principles ultimately. But this polemical stuff, it's not only electricity, it's not only but that crystallization, it's a certain mode it's also a mode of how we interact with each other. It's connected with the will to power itself. Electricity is an extension of us and our arbitrary will. And that same thing can happen not only just in electricity, but in mind, in the way our ideas work, in how we operate and what our motives are. Because what is ultimately motivating you is your God. So people are worshipping already in modernity. They worship themselves. We worship ourselves. We worship worship, will to power. That's will to power, as Nietzsche quite rightly diagnosed. Well, I don't know if he diagnosed that, but he suggested leaning into that. But that is what the ground of modernity is, how it is here. It's not ultimate essence, but it's what characterises how everything operates here and motivates it. And it's in nature, of course. It's a principle that pushes a certain direction in nature. And also there's others, the agent of growth. But anyway, what you're saying is, have we leapt over it? He's not suggesting that you don't have to interact with it. I think Steiner talks about this too, is that you have all these people say, oh, look, the tram, electricity is satanic, this is satanic. And then they leave the meeting and then they hop on a tram, right? And use the tram. You have to interact with it. But it's Christ who lifts us out of the slavery of worshipping it, of worshipping the phone. But it will pull you in. There's a great, in terms of the will to power, there's this great tarot card that shows the devil and the devil card from the original tarot of Marseille in France. The devil is holding a sword. Sometimes it's a torch, and he's got a man and a woman. He's got, the devil's also both male and female. It's got both genders bits, and these two, male and female, are on these leashes in front of him, and their hands are behind their back like that. And go away. The hands are behind their back. What's interesting here, though, is that the sword. What's the sword? The sword is a point, right? It's a point. The sword is a weapon. It's the polemical symbol. It's about cutting. It's about, well, it has other uses, but it's about power. This sword that the devil's holding has no handle. Its handle is the devil's hand himself, right? So you've got a sword here, the devil's holding the sword, and his hand even almost looks like a hilt around it. And tied to this devil creature are two a man and a woman. Now they're making up a combined entity, aren't they? The leash is around their neck. Now if you choose to grasp the sword and use it thinking you own the tool with these widest satanic systems, think about it. The devil is the handle of the sword, which is polemical energy, it's polemical will to power, it's all these things we involve ourselves with. It's Sauron, it's Sauron's ring. You know how you use the ring and he knows where you are? That's what this tarot symbol is showing you. You grasp the symbol shows that, when you try to grasp the sword, when you try to use the ring out of a desire to do good, as Gandalf says in The Lord of the Rings, but through me would wield a power too terrible to imagine, right? You don't know the processes that are behind this tool, this sword, the processes that are behind this phone, this manufacturing, Satan and his extended power network, which he represents, right? Because it's not just a tool. You grab it and then you're actually enslaved to him when you're on your own, anyway. And that's why in that symbol they're connected to the devil, because he's a distributed organism. And so, well, how do you escape it? How do you escape this stuff? Divine will. By doing the practices, by withdrawing it. You still have to interact with it. But every morning, 3 times a day, you're coming back to prayer. You're coming back to Christ. You're being led by him. He's purifying you of the corruption that holding that sword, which connects you to the satanic network and the devil and his distributed organism that he is. He's with technology. He's with your iPhone. He's with think about it. You start using social media, you get sucked into the anger, you get sucked into the desire for likes. This all is the devil. The only thing that actually protects you from it, though, from the narcissism that's generated from it, the constant temptation. Because think about it, people that are on Twitter, they're actually worshipping Twitter. They're worshipping numbers, even often when they say they're Christian, right? If they're motivated by that chiefly, and it's very easy to just fall into that, my friend. It's a constant temptation, even when you're doing these practices for hour, 2 hour total a day. It's still a temptation. But thank God that every morning, it brings you back to the heart of peace if you take enough time. So that's the solution to this. Whether it's AI or you don't even use AI, right? There are things going on there that it's even deeper than just grasping this tool that's connected to the wider, because it's interaction. I'll do a video. I'm going to do an essay on, very carefully, because it's a very difficult subject, and a carefully thought out essay on this. Well, actually, I'll prepare a lecture. I'll write it myself, but those will be released later because we're preparing a book this year. But all the information will be in the lecture. I just mean that it's not going to be a written thing. It will be published later, but it's better to do it this way because it's, people get the written stuff later on. But we'll do a lecture on that, maybe in the next 6 months, or next 3 to 6 months. I'm glad I brought this umbrella today because it looks like it's going to happen. So that's the way out. And that's why I'm constantly trying to say we have to put this time in. But so many people overlook this concentration practice. It's the key. Of course you have to do the forgiveness and everything else. That's talked about, though, in that, however imperfectly, in my lecture, Practices of Christian Mysticism, but that was the road that the Lord saved me on. But the core is that concentration without effort in prayer. It gets deeper and deeper, deeper. It leads to the prayer of the heart. It makes the prayer of the heart possible. It discloses the aching heart that leads to the prayer of the heart. Concentration without effort in prayer. That's the core of everything. Doing that an hour a day. This is how you escape AI, through Him. Because there's nothing you can do. You're always going to be corrupted by it, by touching it. You already were before AI, by what motivates us, right? It's only Christ that can save us from this. He's both human and God, remember? It's not just historical, like they like to present in their idolatrous movies. I know, there are certain depictions of Christ that are very idolatrous. One is putting a human, Mel Gibson's movie, don't watch it. Do not watch it. Don't. Maybe you could watch a cartoon of it, but no, because it's someone else's voice. That's different. That is always having this image that is not symbolic. Then, when you're putting a flesh man to perform Christ, it's not symbolic anymore. It's not helping open you up to the living, risen Christ, who's within and is with everything, unseen though, but He can be show Himself. To within, as Paul talks about the phenomenology of. He is an initiate, he is a mystic. It was just granted to him. We on the other hand, have to go through what the tradition shows us: purification, illumination, union. And so, man, make no mistake, Christians are corrupted by this. Just even the Amish don't escape it by, I've said that before too. You don't escape it by running off into, because your language carries metaphysics. You don't escape it running off like a Luddite. You escape it with Christ only, and you still interact with it. But every morning He is washing your feet of it. It's such a great symbol, that tarot card. The fact that the devil is the handle of the sword. You touch the sword, the will to power, the systems that are wrapped up in Will zur Macht, and you are tapping into a whole network and a being that is far more powerful than you are. It's not just this little tool on its own. And Heidegger talks about that, right? The manufacturing process is everything tied up with the tool you're interacting with. It's a technical enframing, he calls it. where nothing escapes and is outside of that modern world picture. Without Christ. But with Christ, you've got to remember, Christ is also the Logos, the Word, the essential truth underneath all of facticity that we look at, and our subject and the object, right? So it's not just only the Son of Man, it's the Son of Man and the Son of God. At the same time, he's fundamentally is human. To say, not that he's just been human, he is and God. I mean, God, I don't want to get too complicated into the theological things, but just trying to get this idea that it's not just a man in sky, like a man in heaven, right? It's a word, unseen light, like it's your essence. He's more I than I myself am. He provides the thing that makes your I. He is that I am that I am. He is that, yeah. He's behind your eye that grants its I-ness. Provides it with its consciousness, right? You with your more I than I myself am. And what comes about eventually is not, Paul is not postulating, he's not just saying, oh, hey guys, we're just recontextualizing the experience that we normally have in everyday experience. And I'm just saying Christ lives in me, but my experience just looks like yours. That's not what he's saying. I think some Protestants might think that that's what he's saying. No, his everyday experience, looking out here, is completely transformed. So Christ is, even though Christ, of course, is beneath everything and with everything, he's with us right now, but he's unseen. For Paul and for the mystics, and that's what's possible for all of us, the eternal presences to us, the eternal moment presences to us with temporal moment. He lives and acts in us as a fact of experience. Initially noticed in the depth of prayer, but more and more interruptions into everyday acting in the world. I think you know what I'm saying. Of course, what is he talking about by unutterable groaning? That's not everyday experience. That's something being shown to him. But even people say, like, oh, this isn't normal experience. But no, we're called to be saints, and it's possible for everyone. It is. You just got to put more time into it. Pray for it. And it's okay to pray for it. Like pray for purification, illumination, union. Pray for that. You can also pray for teaching and guidance from Christ himself. He is the high priest. That is revelation. So you can pray for that revelation. Like the shepherds of Bethlehem, praying for your direct teaching and guidance, Lord, right? Like the shepherds of Bethlehem. That is revelation. Knowing divine will is a revelation from the future. He is the future. So, yeah. Everyone's cleared off. They're scared. No. Or maybe. It's good, I'm glad I'm able to just talk. I guess I'm so used to it, right? It doesn't matter who's around. Let's have a look at the old chats again. Glenn says, Chris Doak says, kill the spider, Scott. Yeah, he's been destroyed. Steiner actually talked about that, is that there's going to be this serpentine weaving of semblance. A spider-like web of all over the world, and that's AI, right? You see, it completely articulates what's happening with AI, of semblance, and he says recombination of dead spirit. ZDMC says, St. Matthew 6:6, but when you pray, go into your room and shut the door and pray to your Father who is in secret. Come on, this is what we're saying, guys. And your Father who sees in secret will reward you. I wouldn't mind looking at what's the compound of that reward? Well, you know, because we read reward and we just think the surface understanding of what that word reward means. But reward, yeah, reward you in the sense that your Father, but also Christ, that's where he joins you, friends. He is the essence of things and reveals. He's deep down there in the ground of your unconscious. Come on, we're all familiar with the unconscious now. We know there's something else with us rather than just this conscious surface experience. We know there's something deeper down that is pushing us, that you can actually get a deeper access to, right? And so, but fundamentally what people don't get is that it is fundamentally deeper, deeper, deeper. It's Christ. He is, you know. I did a lot of reading in the depth psychology area before we did this, and so I can say, like, to my surprise, and I was a pagan in the philosophical sense, right? But it's Christ that reveals himself. If you look to the essence of things, seeking truth, it's him down there. It's him underneath all this. You say underneath, though, don't let that give you the impression that he's not right here between. It's just simply you don't see. It's because it's the idol structure that that modernity is, and also because every individual's born and has sin, right? They have to deal with. You have to purify yourself to have access to and see. Salvation isn't something that happens when you die. It's right now. The kingdom of heaven's at hand. He's united again, right? Because of what he did. He mastered death. You don't go to rest in the bosom of your ancestors and Abraham anymore. You don't go to hell. You don't go to where the Greeks talk of, where they said better to be a beggar here on earth than a king in the land of shades. That's what it was before Christ came, friend. Now, yes, once you die, but it is very important that you sort this out before you die as well. But it's supposed to happen here now. But we've also lost this approach where we've lost this approaching the question of being anew. I've said this before. That's why one of the recommended books on our reading list is a book called Experimental Phenomenology, which is about getting to this, just at least it's a preparation to get you into this mode of what's given to me in this experience. What am I assuming is just my subjectivity? Or what am I assuming is this cohesive experience? Oh, it's just neurological. Oh, that must just be my vision. Vision must just be psychological. It's not the objective world. Well, where'd you get that objective world from? You sure you didn't get that from from Descartes? You sure this didn't come before you? These concepts, right? Hi, I'm guilty of it as well. It's, but it shows you with optical illusions, multi-stable concepts, multi-stable things that you can actually see demonstrated to your vision that's right in front of you. They're multi-stable though. They can appear in multiple different ways. These phenomena, illusions. And so, through that we begin to see, oh, it's actually in and with me. It's not merely the things appear as they appear for other factors. They're not 100% stable. There's an interpretation that is actually helping give form to how things actually are, even in a small way, right? Because you can't just believe something to be true. and change sand into gold. Although, if you get enough people together, you can render effects, as some scientific experiments have revealed. But of course, that's called hyperstition, right? It's but that's a degenerate. So that's a degenerate temporal magic. You can think about that like that. But the ultimate miracle, of course, comes from outside temporality. The true miracle, and he can do anything. But where are we going with that? We're just saying why that's important. But remember, it's all theory and theology. It's about preparation to undergo the process. It has to be done practically. It has to be an icon to reveal the living, risen Christ as a fact of your experience, not outside man. And then you sacrifice the intellect to him in the sense that little by little you begin following through discernment his sendings of conscience or sendings of intuition, and because you figured out how to ask questions and interpret the answer, following the phenomena described by the saints. And in one of my lectures, right, that says how to discern the Holy Spirit. But that requires doing the practice for a certain amount of time. And thankfully, it's not just me. Well, of course, the tradition has always showed people doing that, but I mean, in terms of the fellowship, it's not just me anymore. That's good. Of course, always being careful and following the epistemic principle at the same time. But anyway, I'm going to actually start a bit on this book. Wow, we are... How far are we in? Don't know. What time is it? 3. 2 hours and a half. So I'll read this book for a while. We're reading, again, Steiner's, and as I say, we're not anthroposophists, but there's a lot of things, helpful things to learn in examining what he thought and his spiritual experience. And so, okay. Is that cafe still open? No, it's closed. Shit. Where were we up to? The page dog-eared, but seems to have. Sorry. And like I say, we don't necessarily agree with what he's saying. For people who want to come in and attack us for reading the book, we're going to go on anyway. But we don't necessarily agree with what he's saying, but we're interested to hear what he has to say. So always use the truth criterion we talk about, right? So, where were we? I don't know, I think we read that part. I can't tell. Sorry, everyone.
probably to walk up the hill, but I was like, oh, you can't something for the walk up the hill.
Okay, why don't we start here? I'm just going to jump ahead a little bit. Michael, St. Michael, Archangel Michael, which Steiner believes is now that he's now become a higher in the hierarchy. Don't know whether that's true or not, but he's the spirit of the age now. But it's very much tied in with what's happening is how do we, and it's very much tied up with what you just mentioned, which was how do we deal with this rising satanic, dead, crystallized AI, polemical, will to power tied up with technology, right? And so let's hear what Steiner has to say a bit about Michael's task in the sphere of Satan, which is the sphere of dead technology, crystallization, will to power, wanting power over things. When man looks back upon his evolution, the special attributes which brought him to the spiritual vision, which his spiritual life has taken on during the past 500 years, he must, even with his normal consciousness, at least recognize that since these 500 years he has stood at an important turning point in the earthly evolution of humanity. How we see it, evolution, you tend to think about like progressive, where technology is going, right? A better way of thinking about it from our perspective is what's really going about. It's a development for our return, the prodigal son returning home to the Father. This has all been about that since the fall. So that's the real development that's going on. That's humanity's development. So really technology advancing and accelerating is actually a devolution to the decay of the material, the decay of the. But our development is to actually develop towards God. So we, for the resurrection body, that is, right? We are all to be resurrected, but we have to purify ourselves. That's our development. That's what we're supposed to do. That's the true evolution. The true development and evolution is a return to Christ. Christ is going to, rest assured, sooner or later, it will happen. There are other forces pushing their own desires, messing with how it was supposed to be. But he will, sooner or later, ingress into science, ingress into all these things and de-crystallize them and change. Why is that? Because what was ideal, and I mean this in terms of eternal archetypes, you could call them, not human ideal, not proposition, not even archetype is a bit of Platonic word, but what was ideal becomes facticity. So the cosmos of wisdom that we live in now is transforming into the cosmos of love. That's going to change how things are, not just like how material is. Everything is going to change because of that over time. These laws of physics, as Steiner will articulate, it's actually spiritual happenings, those laws, and they will change over a long period of time as well because of Christ. But we have to play our part in returning to him anyway. And so in the previous consideration, I pointed to this important turning point from one point of view, the observation of evolution in antiquity. One sees how the soul force in man developed to the point where it is now active as the force of intelligence or intellect. Dead, abstract thoughts now appear in the field of man's consciousness. These thoughts are bound to man's physical body, and he must recognize that they are of his own making. This aligns with our point, doesn't it, of Heidegger's articulation of the technicalization of thoughts. The way Steiner articulates it is actually, I won't go into that. They're bound to the physical body, right? Well, I might go into it because the thoughts are bound to the physical body is because what he believes is that consciousness as it appears to you, what the brain does is it's a reflection of what is ultimately essential in you. So because of the brain, and so that's why thoughts are bound up with the physical body. You know what? That's actually too hard to explain. Let's not go into that today. Let's just take what he's saying. These thoughts are bound to man's physical body, and he must recognize that they are of his own making. In antiquity, man saw divine, spiritual beings when directing his vision to where his own thoughts originated. Okay, so what does that mean? This is from Lucifer spiritual experience, Lucifer gnosis. So when he's saying divine, yes, they are spiritual beings. They're fallen hierarchies, though. So, but what he means, though, is that when directing your vision to when you're looking to the world, the thoughts kind of approached from there. He's saying, and that's true from Greek times. They were sent. Concepts didn't come from, as we experience it now, from within, subjective, right? Oh, this abstract thought comes to you from your mind. For them, it was disclosed and sent from world. They saw it coming like the objects of the world. They were sort of like objects that were sent. Or even earlier, they were granted by these fallen hierarchies. As we know from the Bible, and Enoch, these they were early hierarchies that taught man technology, fire, that sort of thing. But they were fallen hierarchies to begin with. And they experienced that. It was, the phenomena appeared that way as fallen angels sending, fallen ungoloids sending. Now we experience it as coming from within, as if it's us. But the truth is not, right? It's temptation. You don't know exactly where you get your thoughts from. Sometimes it's more close by and you, but sometimes not. Anyway, so that's what he means. He found his whole being down to the physical body bound by these beings. So he's bound by these beings that send things, right? And that, you think about that. There wasn't much self-control over anything. There wasn't barely an I. There wasn't really consciousness back then. You were sort of pushed around by the impulses, by desire. In Greek times, the further you go back, it's not the same conscious experience we have now. It's changed. And so, bound to these beings. What does bound mean? It's like the ring, right? Enslaved to them. He had to recognize himself as their creation. But as such creation, not only recognize his being, but also his deeds. But as such creation, not only recognize his being, but also his deeds. Man had no will of his own. What he did was the manifestation of divine will, not how we understand it. Just hyper agents, you can call them, right? Fallen hierarchies. Lucifer gnosis. Lucifer, pagan, spiritual. Because this is after the fall. So it's memory. It has power, but it's memory. It's not connected to emanation, though. It's not the Holy Spirit. Obviously, the body is provided with what you could call symbolically the first wine still, the living forces. But we, in pagan times, they were truly, they were not accessing the Holy Spirit, only with the chosen people, because they had to be purified. Doesn't mean they weren't. You could say that they were at times receiving from Sophia. Philosophia was a real experience of a being originally. Then it becomes a subject. Then it becomes something that's just a manifestation of us. Well, who it really is ultimately, well, that's virginal nature, right? Mary Sophia. But anyway, that's very complicated. Let's not go into that. Man has no will of his own. What he did was the manifestation of higher being's will. In stages, as has been described, he has come to have his own will, beginning approximately 500 years ago. But the last stage is far more different from all the others than they are among themselves. In that, thoughts pass over to the physical body, they lose life. They become dead. spiritually dead structures. It goes from impulse to head to thought. Previously, as they belonged to man, they were simultaneously organs of these spiritual beings to whom man belonged. You can think about it like that devil on leashes, right? Some of these fallen hierarchies are humanistic. They're helping in their way, that in a sense that becomes later on more of a distraction from Christ. But man put it, there are certain things that were still given to man, even though cut off from, in pagan times, from the authentic Logos. Things are still granted. The crown of thorns of being able to sense make is still provided by the Logos, right? But ultimately not revelation, not the things that were had before the fall, unless it's the prophets, unless it's the people being set aside. And so, folks, that, sorry, excuse my language. In that thoughts pass over to the physical body, they lose life, they become dead, spiritually dead structures. Previously, as they belonged to man, they were simultaneously organs of divine spiritual beings, or spiritual beings, better to say spiritual beings, to whom man belonged. They willed man. They impulsed man. Man, extension of their will, impulse, organ, and therefore through them man felt himself united with that spiritual world. This is early on of the Lucifer gnosis. And this is what, and that the leftovers of that are what the Gnostics were tied in with. And so when a knowing comes from Christ, that's a whole different story, because he's now here. And so it can be confusing. You're looking at Plato, you're looking at the Hermeticists of pagan times, and you're thinking, well, there's some truth to this. Well, yeah, there's truth in the memory, but it's not the Logos himself. And so who are they talking to, right? There's lots of, even the saints actually talk about Hermes Trismegistus. I think Augustine talks about him a bit. It's all different if it happens after the incarnation. But otherwise, it's the memory of. And if they're interacting with anything, it's Sophia. And there are reasons for that, but it's not the Logos. It's not the authentic Logos. So what happens in this, it's got an inbuilt decay to it, from impulse to decaying into dead thought, to materialism, without Christ. So you can see how Christ kind of rescues this whole situation. There's this, you begin with this impulse, how man is sort of starting off in their half-conscious state, almost like the extensions of fallen hierarchies, and even taught things by those fallen hierarchies. Then the Lord is always planning to rescue this situation, to return us to the providential, revelatory relationship where we rely on him, not on our calculation, not on the things the fallen hierarchies taught us in early, almost primeval times. Because remember, that's what the snake offered. He offered a knowledge set aside. That's consciousness, that's calculation, that's technology. That's relying on this original spirituality, right? Yep. That leads to a humanism, that leads to where we are in modernity, eventually over time. So from an original sort of Lucifer spiritual experience to a satanic, dead, propositional one, from a Lucifer to a satanic. That's what happened. And the dead thoughts he feels himself detached from, with dead thoughts, abstraction that we live in, he feels himself detached from the spiritual world. He feels himself completely displaced to the physical world, right? Where's this inward thing that I'm supposed to interact with? And so he is thus displaced to the sphere of satanic spirituality. So what is that? It means the content of your, instead of having a essence or content or value to your wording from the essence of things, from what Paul talks about, justified from Christ himself, from his heaven, right? When we're talking about it, it's filled with this luster of the true spiritual world, of life, but the truth. You don't have that. So where do you get it from? We instead look to the physical world only, rather than within, rather than to the essence of things. We actually fill the content of our wordings with merely the surface sense. And so that becomes the content. Until now in postmodernism, we don't even have that. Even that is blurring. It's probably rain here, but it's all right. Today we can sit under a little umbrella, it looks like. A little thing. We'll do that. We'll move a bit back. Yeah, we'll move back now. All right. This is pretty good. This is a good stimulus. I'm glad we skipped a little bit. Okay. Happy days. Okay. You still got a view there? Looking pretty good. We like it. Yeah. That table's a bit off. There we are. How's that, friends? Oops. Don't want to do that. Pretty good. Okay. We're safe. Laughing. Okay. This will be rather nice, actually. A bit of rain, nice and cool. Maybe a bit of thunder, a bit of view action. Okay. Coke Zero. All right. What do we got here? Can you see me here? Looks like you can. Yeah, cool. All right. That was good though, wasn't it? Let's see if someone said anything. Glenn says, nice beach. We were at Narrabeen Lake Park for a short stay and beers a week back. And so it all seems to be still working now. Someone's saying some YouTube blocking or something. I don't know what that is. Oh look, looks like you can still look here though. Still a bit of a view. Let me quickly look though. I wanted to see if... Actually, no, we'll just leave it. If it doesn't rate at all, we'll go back. The sun's coming out now. Look. Probably would have been all right. What a place. Incredible place. Pardon me. Oh, pardon me. Oh, it is. Let's just keep going. So, that was good. He is thus displaced to the sphere of satanic spirituality. And that is the same place that, that's where people, some recent people, I don't want to name any names, I want to make this polemical, but that's that, people that talk about acceleration is from this, whatever knowledge they do have of truth, you can see me here, I think, is from there. There are truths there, but it's like a cynical vision, cynical dead of the current laws of nature come from that satanic spirituality. It's black occultism, right? The people that talk about acceleration, that's where that stuff comes from. Anyway, so this has no strong power in the areas in which the beings of the higher hierarchies keep man in their sphere, in which they either act in man themselves as in antiquity, or as later through their ensouled or living reflection. Because what he's suggesting, and I think that's right, is that now, by you finding Christ, and it doesn't allow for now, they show themselves to you within inner experience. And so, you know, it's not what you think it is though, right? It's not. You've got to be careful of, that's why phenomenology is helpful. You've got to be careful of the preconceptions of what you think it looks like, or think it, that's where the saints are helpful. And he says, as long as super sensible beings, or think about, every time I say super, because that's got a lot of baggage now, the super sensible, think about transcending senses, beings acted in human affairs, that is until the 15th century. The satanic powers had only a weakly suggestive power within human evolution, human development. And I think that's true. Where Satan mostly acts is in our bestial unconscious, for our desire, in our will. Because the will's not, you don't see the will. It's in your subconscious, right? And that's where he tries to influence you and what you desire, to keep it in the worldly, to keep you desiring to have power over others. Whereas Lucifer works in kind of separating you. Lucifer makes you want to isolate yourself. He's, you know, some of the sensitive young man is very Luciferic. Wounded, easily wounded and reactive, not at peace. It's that one, deeply wants to escape things. And so Anyway, so Steiner says direct intervention only became possible in the period that began approximately 500 years ago. Shut up, you little rodents. I think this is particularly useful, particularly helpful, because it's exactly what we're talking about with technology. So, the Persian worldview did not contradict this when describing Satan's work. He says Araman here, but we're not using Persian terms, it's Satan. And for that worldview did not imply that Satan working within human soul evolution, but in one directly bordering on the human soul world. That Persian worldview did not imply Satan working within human soul evolution. Yeah, it was in the world, right? But in one directly bordering on the human soul world. Yeah, so it's essentially saying, because Satan mainly Lucifer is subjective, right? It's within the human soul world is where he's tempting you. Subjective seduction, whereas Satan is about objective hypnosis, desire for power via the will, desire for power over. It's very complicated, but we'll lay it out one day. We'll do a lecture on Satan, Lucifer, what's the difference, what characterizes them. We try not to do that, right, though, because that's too much, because that's what these people got lost in, these anthroposophists. You spend all this time diagnosing and you're not uncovering the living Christ yourself. That's a problem. You get lost in the will to power, or you get lost in analyzing fallen hierarchies. And that's not something Steiner himself didn't do. He was also alive and living, as Tomberg talks about. And so this, thus man stands at the end of an evolutionary stream in which his being, derived from such a spirituality, finally succumbs as such to his abstracted, no longer concrete to any spiritual experience, intelligence, abstracted intelligence. Man has not remained in the spiritual spheres which constitute his origin. Well, ultimately his origin was outside even that. Of course, whatever the experience that was there in the fall, his origin is outside even that. And remember, don't get us wrong when we say outside. The good that's here it's all him. He's right here. It's just the idle structure of our ideas and modernity, but also because of our lack of purification that we don't see him. But the good is all made by him. Virginal nature, the archetypes that lead things into cooperation, that's all him. That's where the Gnostics it's not a prison. It's also not an illusion. It appears it's an illusion without Christ, though, in the sense that it's through the Word, it's through him that the truth of this reveals itself. And so that's where the East goes wrong as well, because they think it's either illusion and it's just all of it's an illusion. No, it's sanctified by Christ and what he did at Golgotha. That's a cosmic change. The truth of the creation is revealed but it's illusory unless you have him. Unless you are moving towards him, it's illusory. There's a period, right? It appears a certain way. There's an idol structure, but you follow the icons to him, right? The church is an icon towards him. Okay, I digress as always, but that's just how we are here, isn't it? I'll discern whether I should be less like that later. I'm not going to make a decision now. Anyway, so what began 500 years ago for human consciousness has already taken place to a larger extent for his whole being when the mystery of Golgotha took place on earth. Imperceptibly, for the consciousness of most people, the human evolution or development had gradually slipped out of a world in which Satan had little power into one in which he had a lot of power. This slipping into a different world stratum reached its completion in the 15th century. I think that's where the birth of modernity is, in the 15th century. Satan's influence on humanity during that world stratum was possible and could have devastating consequences, because in that stratum, man's relation to divine activity had died out, but man could not develop free will in any other way than by making his way into a sphere in which the spiritual beings that had been united with him from the very beginning were not living. Yeah, I'm not sure about that part of the thesis, but it sort of makes sense. Seen cosmically, the sun mystery is in the essence of human evolution. Up until the important turning point of his evolution, man was able to perceive that spiritual beings were conjoined with his origin. They have, however, detached themselves from the sun and left only what is dead behind, so that man in his corporality can now only receive dead thoughts through the sun. S-U-N. This is where I can explain to you what he means by sun. Also, his thinking goes a bit astray when it's talking about these eras of Saturn, sun, moon. What you could say they're equivalent to is the sun is the sphere of form. Think about these like unconscious layers to beneath actuality that we're in now. And so when we talk about creation ex nihilo, for out of nothing, the nothing out of which creation is made, that's the uncreated, right? That's emanation. You could consider emanation. The sphere of creation out of nothing, that's the sphere of where creation is made, that's miraculous, right? That still happens now. That miraculous is the sun he's talking about, essentially. And that's sort of the edge of Eden as well. I know this is hard to understand, but I have to say a bit about it because I don't know how many people are going to go read him anyway. Maybe we can just skip past that part. Also, one thing he doesn't recognize is he both does and doesn't. Later on he does, but earlier on he doesn't. This point I've been making, that the pagans are not dealing with the Logos. They're dealing with Lucifer is the false Christ, right? Lucifer's the false Logos. That's who we were interacting with after the fall, as a separate son. Because that's what he promised, right? A separate knowing, a knowledge of good and evil, a separate knowing, an intellect. Anyway, let's move on from this part. Maybe you'll get something out of what I just said. And so from this dead Logos, this dead sun, a man in his corporality only receives dead thoughts from here. But those beings have sent Christ from the sun to the earth. He has united his being with the mortality of the spiritual existence in Satan's realm for the healing of humanity. So the Father sent, Christ came, and forever in hell, Christ has defeated Satan in his realm. He's united himself with death. So forever, on a personal level, that means that even in your darkest hour, in hell, because hell's here on earth, my friends, you go there when you worship other things. In the depth of idols, it's separateness from him. What it means is, in a personal level, is that before now, there was no high priest that would save you before Christ came. It's all self-reliance or relying on demonology or something like that to try help the situation. But now, the divine Son of God actually will help you if you call out to him in your depths of woe, if you do the practices, if you know what I mean? He will actually lead you out as your high priest. That just didn't happen. That wasn't possible before. Why? Because in the most further separateness of hell, he went and died, became us, was cut off like us, understood what it was to be cut off completely from life, experienced that death. Why? So that in autumn, in winter, there's always his seed now that should come across. In the depth of winter, when we go through the cycles of nature, Christ lives as this birth seed of life in the heart of darkness. He's there still. I forgive you, I love you. Forever. This change with the mystery of Golgotha changed the cosmos to the cosmos of love. There is no, it's over. All the battles eventually Satan will lose. He has expectations. He's going to keep doing what he's doing and keep trying to do it for as long as he can do it. But in the end, it's done. It's done now. We just need to go through this development process, right? It's going to take a long, long, long time. But Christ has done that now, thank God. It's for us as his free sons to come back to him. But he waits for us at the end of time. He waits for us at the essence of being to reach out to him as our high priest, and he helps us directly now, miraculously. And so, thus, humanity has two possibilities that guarantee his freedom. And this is all about the healing. It's the healing of the damage we did to ourselves collectively in the fall. He subconsciously held during the, to consciously turn to Christ with the spiritual disposition. Thus humanity has two possibilities. It's like we talk about. You can either be homo provoked or homo logos. You can either return to being this provoked being of a demon, hedonistically provided for perhaps, or you can do the most risque thing of all, the most cutting edge thing of all, in terms of the true frontier is not in space, it's at the depths of the psyche, finding Christ as a fact of experience through mystic prayer. That's the true frontier. That's the true danger. That's the true moral courage required, because the world will tell you, follow the likes, follow the money, follow the power. Say you're a Christian. I'm Christian, but follow the money, worship the power, worship the likes, worship this. Rather than bring the life and the love. It's a dangerous world out there, friends. People accusing each other of being heretics. Look how many people are not involving themselves with purification, elimination, union. All these different ideologies presenting themselves as the way. But it's actually really simple, isn't it? That simple practice. That all the demons try to stop you. Oh, it's a waste of time. This isn't going to work. It's psychological. All that stuff. The demons try to stop you. Be brave and see for yourself, right? It does take bravery. It's not just first, because in the process of initiation, you face destiny. You know, you face the crown of thorns, especially once you begin to experience and can follow him. You have to do it. You have to follow what he's telling you to do. Sometimes that's not exactly what your leftover worldly will is maybe perhaps still desiring, that you have to let go of. It's a transformation of will. And you're scoured on your left and right side. I know I've talked about this stuff. Oh, you're scoured, right? But it's not just internal. It begins internal with the satanic and Luciferic hierarchies trying to give you a sense of false necessity. I need the likes. I need the money. I need this. No. Christ is, and it's even said to me, even lately again, I will provide for you. But the world will try to create fears in you of that because they don't believe. Or they don't have this experience. They haven't put the time in. Because Satan wants you to worship for your security, your job. Worship your job. Worship the economy. Worship your savings. Worship your... well, you got to survive. You got to survive. Yes, we have to live in the world. But if you put him first, he shows you what to do. The people around you won't understand that. That's fine. He'll lead you through that. Tell you what to do. Well, show you, you might, a lot of it you have to be active too, and then ask him. Because you are also a free being. You have to participate. We're not just to be extensions of him. Neither is he. You are not an extension of him, and he is not an extension of you. And so, because fundamentally he loves you. He doesn't want you to be like the old demons had these ancients as just his extended will impulse. He wants you to participate and ennoble yourself, and poetry, right? Poetry is the in-between. It's the soul experience of man participating with the blood of angels and the blood of man together, writing the poesis of his inner soul life, of what is immortal and what is mortal. That's poetry. Divine blood, human blood, together mixed. And that's what we need now. Not vitalist art, divine blood with mortal blood mixed. Sacrificing your desire for worldly recognition, for worship of money to be provided for, and doing the practices so you can follow his divine will, recognizing he will provide for you and that you follow his divine will. But you have to put the time in first of withdrawal. Then you can be an artist who is mixing the blood of the Angeloi, mixing the blood of the divine Mary Christ, virginal Zoe, from outside of time, a new impulse that will truly bear fruit into the future. Not just get you money and not just vitalize for some ethnic goal or some political goal. That's art. That's the future. Initiation first, then you can make your art. Put it all down for a while, a year. Do this, then go back to it. Well, do this while you're doing it, but then follow him. Don't listen to me. Do the practices. The whole point of this is so you don't have to listen to me, really, in a sense. Like getting you far enough until you can then ask him. Because he's the high priest for a reason, right? He's the high priest for a reason. Not historically. Yes, historically in the Bible, but the living, risen one, risen Christ now, which the Bible leads you to. What a miracle. Thank God this shithole modernity is not true. No, look, it's beautiful, and it's okay to have like a washing machine and this and that. But just thank God it's not that fucking, excuse my language, thank God that shit reality that I was born into and you were perhaps born into, modernity, that scientism shitlib is not the true, real way things are. And the truth can be revealed and transform your experience and show you ultimately that it's not all a lie, it's a partial illusion. But thank God it's not true. If it was true, man. You see, it is true for most people that are walking around. It sucks, right? They're in hell. So many are in hell. If they just knew, or they just could, that's the point, right? The Lord said to us, the point of this is hopefully you take up the practices more, and then you can reveal divine will. And then, like Christ says, just as my Father sent me, so too shall I send you. You can't force people, you can show by example, right? But I might move us back over there. It looks like it's not going to rain. I'm going to move us to this table. And then you guys have a better view. Sick. What a paradise. Paradise gained. Where are we here? What can you see? What can you see, friends? Do you see what I see? Oh yes. Be nice and more like that though, wouldn't it? I guess I can sit like over there. I don't want to look that way though, really. Maybe if I so further. Okay, that's pretty good. I know it just becomes boring, me trying to find a frame, but that looks pretty good. Okay, what are we saying? That's great. Wow, look at this place. Yeah, thank God it's not. Can you see that? You can. Right there? Yeah, you can. Right? Beautiful. We can make that a bit. Yeah, there you go. That's the edge of it. Man. Yeah, thank God it's not true, right? Thank God. Because it could, 100%. I let His will be done, and He looked after me and led me to where I am now, where I can serve Him. Contra mundrum says. Exactly. It won't be what you expect, but that's part of the sacrifice of the intellect. You've got to sacrifice your worldly goals. And I've said this a million times too, that He'll use your talents. You don't have to worry. And He'll provide for you. But destiny will try to take its revenge. And we know what destiny is. You could call it by the Eastern word. We try to avoid using these Eastern words. Karma. But think about destiny. Destiny is almost better, right? Because destination What's that? Oh, okay, it's a place you're going to. Well, destiny, you're talking about someone's destiny from where they are now. It's going somewhere, isn't it? But there must be something implied in where we are now that knows this destination. That's what destiny is that it's pushing somewhere because of what it is now. That makes sense? It's pushing somewhere because of what you have done before, what you were before, or going further than that, what the planet, or what everyone was before, all the way back to the fall, earlier in time. Because why? Why? Because your memory, doesn't it? Your past gives form to where you're going to end up. What you have done is what will be done. That's destiny. Destiny isn't providence. Providence is outside time, the miraculous Lord Jesus Christ of Nazareth, of the eternal, saying this is what is to happen and occur in the future. It's completely unconnected from destiny. Well, it's tied up with it in terms of he'll use what was before and resurrect certain things, but what I mean is it's something completely new, fresh, clean, from the eternal waters. Destiny and fate, these are sort of connected with pagan words, right? As the word weird in Anglo-Saxon, what weird means, well, it becomes truly properly providence later when it's something new, strange, outside. But before, it's the river that you can't stop, that's pushing in a certain direction, and nothing stops it. That river is the current of impulses from the past. Destiny, a destination, pushing of what you were, your memory. Memory is, in fact, the spirit. When we're dealing with the memory, we're dealing with the spirit. It's magic, right? When you remember something, it's this ability you have. You go, I'll recall this. I'll think about it and it will flash to my consciousness. That's a kind of magic, isn't it? It's a kind of miraculous happening. Well, the world has the same thing. And so, destiny, we actually have to overcome. Christ has already overcome it all, of course, right? But through him, those pushes of our heredity, the pushes of heredity, the pushes of desire and the provokings of the world and memory and revenge and whatever it might be, Christ, who is providence, who is the eternal, frees us from that. Frees us from that. Thank God. Or else it would just be, think about it, your second half of your life would just be this woe to me of what I did in my earlier life, or even looking back to earlier times, how great was the Renaissance, how great was the Roman times. There's a lot of that online, like, why can't we build this anymore? We actually kind of need to get over that a bit. He will do it though. Don't be self-reliant, Christ-reliant. And whatever is going to be built will be built, him leading you to do it. But you will participate in it, right? Well, not just an extension, in the sense that he wants you to, say you're making a new plan. Some ideas will come from him. Sometimes he'll say things in thought. Later on in the process, friends, like later on. At first, it's just impulses and unutterable groanings, and other phenomena that I've talked about before. But and that's from the Bible, of course, unutterable groaning, the phenomena described by St. Paul. Phenomena, all these phenomena that get a bad interpretation in a lot of Christianities, as the way of the pilgrim, the Orthodox classic talks of, become incredibly clear through this process. Like, oh, that's what it actually is. And the Philokalia also helps reveal those phenomena, and the saints as well. And so, let's keep reading. So has united his being with the mortality of the spiritual existence in Satan's realm, the dying, for the healing of humanity. Remember, you're always dying from your birth. Being towards death is always there. Thus, humanity has two possibilities that guarantee his freedom: to consciously turn towards Christ with the spiritual disposition he subconsciously held during the descent from the vision of transcendent things that transcend the sensory spirituality up until the use of the intellect. Interesting. So turn towards Christ with the spiritual disposition man subconsciously held during the descent from the vision of transcendent spirituality up until the use of the intellect, or to complete the detachment from this spirituality and therewith become addicted to the orientation of satanic powers. Okay, so what he's saying there is that you had this, we in the ancients had this automatic faculty of a primitive clairvoyance, right? This is Lucifer spirituality. We have to re-engage with Christ's version of, not version, the true version of that now. Which is what happens in the mystic process, right? The faculties that came earlier that were corrupted in the fall and after in pagan spirituality are properly put in their place in Christian mysticism. Right? That's what that means. So you can do that, you can return to Christ, but as the depth experience, as the monastics experience, as the saints experience, or you can be a provoked, what does it say here? Addicted. Aren't we seeing that? Addicted, right? Oh, back hurts. Might have to take a little, what's it called? What do they call the painkiller thing? Far out. I was going to swear then, but I said far out instead. Far out. Far out. I was going to say the other one. Where is it? Oh, it's all going. The wheels are falling off, friends. It's all going tits up, as they say. Where is it? Come on. Maybe it's not in here. Maybe it's all gone. Ah, it is here. Alright, I'll have one of those. Sorry about that. Okay, here we are. All right. Go away, kiddies. Get the fuck out of here. Humanity has been in this situation since the beginning of the 15th century. This has been in preparation. Wait, let me repeat what he said then, the addicting thing. So you can... Or you can return to Christ and reignite his spiritual, you can call them faculties, but they're always collaborative with Christ. Or to complete his detachment from this spirituality. Because remember, it's just this endless decay from Lucifer to Satan. You begin with this Lucifer spiritual experience when people start being born after the fall. From Lucifer to Satan. From false life to death. And that's paganism. And so or to complete the detachment from this spirituality and therewith become addicted to the orientation of satanic powers of the world. Death drive. Well, actually, I don't know if it's connected with death drive, but anyway. Humanity has been in this situation since the beginning of the 15th century. This has been in preparation. With evolution, everything happens gradually since the mystery of Golgotha, which, as the Earth's as reality's greatest event, is intended to rescue man from the corruption he is necessarily exposed to because he is meant to be a free being. I'm not sure about that part of his thesis. But yeah, he definitely is supposed to be participating and free. But at the same time, Christ-reliance, not self-reliance. Shut the fuck. One can therefore say that with humanity, that what humanity has done in this situation was in semi-consciousness. That's true. It's like people don't really know what's going on. And in this way, it led to what is good in the abstract ideas about nature and to many equally good principles about life in general. But the time is over when man may still unconsciously evolve in the dangerous satanic sphere. And what he's saying is that there's certain knowledge of nature and development of consciousness. Because consciousness, in a sense, is a separation from things. There is goods to that. But I wouldn't say necessarily that that's development that's... I don't necessarily follow that it has to be involved with, because I think that... I don't want to go into it, but these are difficult issues, but there was a plan that could have come about if it wasn't for the involvement of what happened in the fall, right? Anyway, these are very cosmological things. Let's not go into it. Let's just keep going. But the time is over when man may still unconsciously evolve in those areas. So the investigator of the spiritual world must draw humanity's attention to the spiritual fact that Michael has taken over the spiritual leadership of human affairs. Maybe collectively, like in the collective modernity that we are. Because I think he probably is the spirit of the age, right? But, Christ, of course, ultimately is... I mean, he is the arc strategist, so he's got to be involved somehow in... Ultimately, Christ, right? People are given missions, they have some... hierarchies have some movement within the mission that's given to them, but ultimately it's doing Christ's will. And so Michael does what he must do in a way which does not influence people, but they can follow him in freedom with the Christ in order to find their way out of Satan's sphere in which it was necessary for them to enter. That's that's where we are. It did provide a consciousness. I don't know if it provided it, but it did lead. It was part of it. That's true. We are a certain degree abstracted from the world is part of consciousness. But I'm not necessarily accepting the thesis anyway of that. But it's definitely interesting. Whoever honestly feels one with what he calls anthroposophy from the bottom of his soul, which is really, he considers, it is Christian esotericism, a form of it anyway, will rightly understand this Michael phenomenon. And anthroposophy, what he calls anthroposophy, would like to be the messenger of this Michael mission. The 106. Michael goes again upward along the paths which humanity trod downward during the stages of spiritual evolution to the activation of intelligence. And that is true. It's like a return of the enlivening of a dead intellect. It can be rescued. Because as he's talked about earlier in this book, when it's part of the proper hierarchies, it's the healthy inspiration. It begins as inspiration, then becomes thought from the healthy, true hierarchies, the true angels. And we know the archangels are being sent to do certain things. So I think, look, that makes a lot of sense. I think that is probably what's going on. But that is something that you could ask, right? Use the epistemic principle in the sense of you can't really confirm it without mystic experience. You'd have to be able to be in a position where you could ask and receive intuitions, right? And that's really what Steiner has always suggested, is just confirm it for yourself. Most people aren't willing really to do that, though, and then again, his practices didn't really, because they might have been a bit too technicalized, they didn't lead to it. They didn't mention prayer enough. They didn't mention... I think his spiritual experience is authentic, though. He's not right about everything, but he is an initiate. And I think Tongberg accepts that too. But some things are probably... I think a lot of people that were involved in his sphere, didn't either put the time in, or like I've said before, the practices that they lay down, too technical, they don't actually work because they're not enough, as Valentin properly describes, not passive active, not enough Christ, not enough prayer, not enough looking to the tradition. It separated itself off it too much, and probably partly because he got attacked so much by the church at the time. Well, some, anyway, in the church. But what Valentin talks about fixes that. And what the true fixing of it is really a returning to how it's done, which is passive-active, which is collaborative, which is rhythm, not technique, art. Always dealing with someone on the other side, not bootstrapping yourself, right? Which wasn't as well articulated then. And we've talked about that many times. And Tongberg fixes that. And of course, the saints understand this. But they naturally, in the mode that they're in, are naturally untechnical. They are recommending things you can do, but it's understood that it's all grace. But what it is, well, it's effort and grace, right? You do things, but what is that, what you're doing? Well, it's the active work that you participate in, but it's from like the parable of the maidens and the lamps, the candles. We've saved our candles for when the Lord arrives, right? So we're set aside. That's what purification is. It's looking away from the world. And that parable is making it extremely clear that it's you prepare the way. But he will always do that, though. But it's making it clear that it's up to him. But if you do the things the tradition says and the practices, but the reason why the parable is the way it is so you never make the mistake of thinking. Should I go through the whole parable? It's about 10 maidens. 5 of them make sure they've got oil for their lamps, right? They're keeping their lamp lit. And what does that mean? It's doing the practices, right? It's separating yourself. It's keeping it lit so you're ready, keeping yourself purified when the Lord arrives. And the 5 that didn't have any left asked to borrow the others. And then the Lord says that I didn't know you when they knock on the door. They knock on the door and they don't have the oil, right? In their lamps for when he comes. And so that's to really always keep it clear so it never gets mistaken that you can just bootstrap yourself, you can do salvation yourself. No, but it is passive active, but it is effort and grace in the sense that you do concentration without effort in prayer. What is that? It's a making collaboratively with him, because he washes your feet in this process, right? It's never you on your own. Getting into that mode But we have a role to play, a participatory role to play in everything. And it's not just done for us. We only need to do a little bit, strive to be a tiny bit better than our current best, right? A little bit better than our current best. But anyway, you go through that purification and you're ready for when he does arrive. It's, you know, slightly different for everyone because that's about what you've done in your life and your moral development, because everyone's at a different place morally, they're different beings, right? But in general, it follows the same patterns. He's not going to deny you, but it's still a personal relationship. But if you're not getting that, he might wait, right? So you do get it. For me, that had to happen, right? I had to get that I don't bring this about. And when I finally accepted deep down that I didn't, and I called out to him, then that I didn't know the way, that I couldn't bring it about myself. And then that's when he came. In the depth of practice, right? Long ago. Well, not that long, but yeah, long ago. Anyway. Just getting the point across. And if you don't accept that, well, yeah, that's the problem with Lutheranism, unfortunately, is they misinterpret Paul. And I don't know, you can just look at Orthodoxy and to see the case for this, of course. The misinterpretation of what he's talking about when he's talking about works. And this is the whole misunderstanding of predestination, this idea of predestination. But these are theological things we're not going into. If you're here, then you're about the practical that you can do to help. And so, what time is it? 4:08. We've got about an hour and whatnot to go. We could go for a bit of a walk. Chris Doak says modernity is hell, but the scenery is nice. Yeah, true. Hell and heaven, in the sense that it's possible here right now, right? But thank God it's not true. That was and is all there is, and it can be revealed through him. The truth of it can be revealed through him. But shall we go for a walk? And then we'll finish off our stream. How long will it take to get to this place? Let me look. Got about an hour and 20.
Be down right now. Shh. George. Thank you.
Yeah, all right. We'll go for a walk. That was a good reading. Oh wait, let's finish the last two bits. In order that humanity can develop in freedom, from now on in world evolution, Michael merely points out, I think I read that, points out the path. To recognize this is man's present task, so that he can find his spiritual path with his whole soul during this Michael era. And that, in a sense, tells you why that what they call Kali Yuga, now that's over now. But you have to go to the depth of things to see that. Well, it was over when Christ incarnated. But even the leftovers of with the fallen hierarchy still fighting and doing what they're doing, Satan is obviously makes little progresses, makes progresses here and there, pushing his agenda, pushing this modernity. But the impulses have all changed in terms of what people. But he'll do things, right? He'll continue his war, distract people with fake religion, distract people with surface things, distract people with ideology, and distract people with all sorts of things, diversions. Okay, so now that's it for our reading today. We're going to go to this one more beach. We're going to stop there and we'll do our final segment where we look at those two videos. I reckon I can get there in about half an hour, don't you? Let's do it. Sorry if that was boring just to sit at one location, but I think we had some good chats. Good super chats too. Oh, sorry, one super chat, just good chats too. Good contributions and questions too. That will probably become a more common thing as we continue on in the year, as we go. Task in the sphere of Satan, and that's where we'll pick up next time. God, in like 5-6 weeks, we haven't got far, have we? How much further do we have to go? Quite a bit. It's pretty interesting though, it's worth reading because this is basically a countdown to his death. And it kind of culminates all his understanding of all his lectures, 300 lectures. Definitely worth reading. Okay. Now I don't think there's a way of getting any more water. Alright. Alright. Loving it. Let's do it. Oh wait, just leave that there for a sec. Alright. What a place. What a location. Gorgeous. All right. Look at that, eh? Epic. There's stuff like this all over the coastline of this country. Clean, pristine beaches too. It's not like, well, there's some places like that in America, but there's also a lot of beaches like Venice Beach full of junk and garbage. Even Bondi is pretty clean compared to that American stuff. Anyway, let's go. Onward. On our hike. See you later. I wonder if I'll ever come back here. Probably never again, but maybe one day. Very cool. Very beautiful. Now, how do we get up? Little beach we want to go to. Now. Okay, yeah. I see. Oh wait, there's a walking track. How do we get to that? I see. All right, there's a little thoroughfare just up here. Here we go. Yes. Maybe I'll chuck you on the front for a while, a little bit, and see where we're going. All right. And so, part of what we talk about is the conversion of the will. A way of understanding that, well, it's to become like Jesus. It's to abandon the 5 dark currents of the will. Because when that 5 if you think about, this is a bit of esotericism here, Kabbalistic understanding. It's a bit, if you take YHVH as 1, 2, 3, 4, right? Yahweh, Yod being the principle that contains everything else, Hey being the receptive, Vow being the miraculous one or the magic one, being the thing that creates, right? And the final Hey being the sort of another synthesis. The first one is the first receptive of that Yod. And the last one, because it's 2 H's, right? This is the divine name. Those first 2 letters, I know this is not going to, make sense to that many people, but account for, let's say, emanation or account for the uncreated. It's before creation. The vow is when things are created. Yeshua is putting an S in between YHVH, right? It's also the number 5. And so when you have a number or something, if you're out on your own, if your will and your 5 currents of the will are out on their own, meaning your 5 currents meaning 2 arms, 2 legs, head, meaning the head being the will of the usurper, to usurp, and the arms being the will to grasp at the expense of others, the legs advance at the expense of others, the legs being the Nimrodic hunter, the arms being the thief, right? Take at the expense of others. The head, the usurper. These are connected all to the will to power. It's converted to the will to service. What does that do? So for YHVH to become Yeshua, or if, let's say your 5 currents of the will it was YHVHS, or 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, well, it's to move. His will is in union with that uncreated, right? That Y and H at the start. So it's Yeshua, the S, which is the 5th letter, it's something that's put in between. I can't actually remember which letter of the alphabet it is. It might actually even be the 5th one. Anyway, these are sort of esoteric things, but you could consider, a coincidence, but it makes metaphysical sense in terms of Jesus being the perfect man, the Son of Man. His will's not where we are, which is after the creation. His will is in perfect union with the Father. So, yeah, there's a little interesting fact there. And we're to become like him, right? So our will needs to be outside, needs to be transcending the needs of the necessities and the destinies and fate of here to outside temporality or proper providence. And well, how do you do that? Well, the 3 oaths, poverty, obedience, chastity. But how do you practice that? Easy. Concentration without effort in prayer practices all 3. It begins that process of withdrawing the will from what it desires out in the world. This is what happened by the withdrawing of the people of Israel in the desert. What are you doing? You're going into the desert, right? You're not being tied up with Antichrist and polemical will to power. You're looking for the good. And he wins when he's present. And he's present when you extinguish the competing powers of your desires. Fear, shame. These are instincts deep and deep and deep in your being. They're overcome with Christ's help. But he washes your feet with you making that initial choice, making that first decision of your will, of wanting it first and withdrawing. You have to go first. You have to love first. But you can also do that by praying for it. It's not, you begin with a little bit and you pray for more. Love for him, love for the mother, that also knowing, riveting the will through obedience begins through knowing through tradition, right? Later, it continues through a passive active in the depth of concentration without effort, experiencing grace, in discerning also divine will. You have to follow what he's telling you to do, of course, what he's sending you conscious impulses to do. That's obedience. Remember? Church and Christ as a fact of experience. Church as an icon to find this. And what a marvel. Thank God for the church. This is a nice forest, although you probably can't see left and right. It's just more trees. Hopefully there's still signal here. Might begin to lose it as we go in. Let's have a look. Probably should still have signal. Yeah, it's still going, good. Okay. And a good symbol for that, from that YHVH to Yeshua, or for bringing your will into alignment with Christ, is think about the crown and think about the cup. All the practices we're doing, all the work we're doing, we're becoming the cup. We're becoming Mary. We're making our nature virginal. Making our nature virginal. Now, what happens what is the crown? That's divine will. That's the head, right? Godhead goes on the head, there's a cross at the top of it. Divine will. They're separate, aren't they? What happens when you unite them? That's Jesus. That is what Jesus is. The Son of Man and Son of God at the same time. That's what we're to become. How do we do that? Being like a cup, concentrated, like a pillar. Concentration without effort in prayer. Over time, becoming more and more an empty cup. What is becoming an empty cup? Becoming an empty cup is purification. Becoming an empty cup is what Christ is talking about when he says, poor in spirit will see the kingdom of heaven. You have to become poor in spirit in all your original wills of the world. That 1 hour practice is this going into the desert is essential to that. It doesn't have to be the more, More's better, that's fine. An hour is doable. Even a little bit helps. 5 minutes, whatever, to begin with. On your commute, have to pray for the time. Now more than ever, with the provokings that are coming, we need to have the guidance. More of us are called, we're all called to find it. Find a way to do it. Make sacrifices, find a way. Pray for a way. It's not just you, he wants to help you do it. This is his will for you. I think I can say that confidently. He wants you to do this. He's waiting for you to do this. So then you can be led without the confusion of competing gods that we have in our subconscious, that we implicitly worship. And for the ungalloy to approach, this sphere around you needs to be cleared of remember the good. The good wins by being present. It's not present when we're at war, when we desire war, when we are war, when our being is made up of war. And it is. Modernity is that, in a sense. I actually articulated a bit of that in an old essay about that being part of the Romans were very like that. A lot of their truth was who wins the victory. The logic was that of a defeated enemy. So whoever's victorious, not in debate, not looking for truth, but their truth was simply who's the victor in the combat. That's true, in a sense. So, but that in practice, actually, I think even Evola talks about that, which of course is a retarded way of being, but none of us knew then, right? Let me check where we are. And yeah, so going along with that analogy is a combination of crown and cup that you're trying to become, like Jesus already was as the perfect man. By being a pillar, concentrated, like the point. So something can fill into the cup. But this is the Holy Grail. This is the Holy Grail. You don't have to go on a pilgrimage. You have to go to a pilgrimage into your own soul. It helps to go on pilgrimages, of course. It helps to go to churches and pray. You can be anywhere. Holy sites, yes, it's all good if you can afford it. Remember, people that are watching, I'm sure you're wherever you are, in whatever condition you are, you can do this anywhere. A pilgrimage to the ground of the soul through your morning practice, right? It's in some sense, it's a lonesome journey. Just like your death will be lonesome. But will it be? No, because through this process, everyone else who dies, your family can't walk through the portal of death with you. Christ, though, can be revealed to experience. And fundamentally, becoming an essentialist, becoming this, you may be alone, but fundamentally never alone. The existentialist, though, is surrounded by people, but essentially is always alone. The normal modern is always alone. Yeah, cool, this is open, we're all good. Beautiful little area though. Many great national parks, of course, in this country. This is where we are. Partly we're doing this, right, so we can die before we die. And you do die. before you die. And only can happen in Christ, the King of death. Not some liberator for the good or historical good, but the transformer of the cosmos to love, a new good, and the master of death. Fundamentally new. And you will go through the portal of death much like you already do when you, well, go toward, and you'll concentrate eventually. Like I said, sooner and sooner it becomes possible to be brought to and go towards the essence of things in your prayer almost from the start, right? And then you will go through the gate of death with Christ. And no one can ask for more than that. As he said, the Lord said, oh wow, that's an interesting trail, isn't it? Look at this, friends. Up here. That little beach this way. Wow, this is a perfect place to go, actually, isn't it? We're not going to go there, but I think it'll be nicer where we are going. But as the Lord says in Revelation, the second death doesn't sting. Or won't, anyway. Because no one can go with you through the gate of death, but Christ, of course, does and can. Thank God for that. Thank God we don't live in pagan times. Even though, you know, modernity has reverted in many ways to it. But of course, the cosmos has already changed. So, but thank God. Oh, wow. Thank God for that. Thank God for that. So I get this out a little bit because there's some stuff to say. Oh, I forgot. Gosh. Annoying. There we go. That's better. Now we're good. Now we're good. Full extension. Should be able to see some nice stuff back there. How's that looking? Yeah. Good. And so back to that crown. That crown. That's what Christ is, the union of the crown and the cup, which makes the scepter, which is two wills in union, and that's what we're working towards. And that's what grace is too. The more your will comes into union with his, and it starts with, because of course he wants nothing more than for you to come towards him because he loves you. But you have to, love him first. And there's reasons for that, because of he's the God of love, not of power, even though ultimately he is, of course, omnipotent. That would make him your slave, though. It's just why he's saying don't tell people about the miracles in the Gospels. Because to just burst the seams, that's not why he made us. And you know what? A lot of this becomes a practical fact. Then you get why all the theology is the way it is. And why is a lot of these sects making errors like predestination? That he wants you to do a certain amount yourself, make certain decisions yourself. That being said, we're ever careful of not being self-reliant at the same time. Ultimately, the forces are provided by him. Like if you're working out a life plan, you're not sitting there, he's not dictating, I mean, maybe in the future, I don't know, but he's not dictating the precise list. Of course, you're asking, sometimes thoughts, sometimes ideas sent. A lot of the times yours, and then asking if this is good or what he wants you to do. So it's collaborative. But at the same time, while you're in the beginning of the purification process, and the process always continues. Wow, it's wild out here, isn't it? While you're in the beginning of it, as Unseen Warfare recommends, make no plans. Because you're trying to get him in the picture first. Because at the moment, it's too much about your will. But of course, you have to subsist. You have to survive while you're doing this process. Pray for the time. And so you can eventually then discern and ask him. Like we were saying earlier, remember? Though, remembrance and providence. Orthodoxy and Christ, right? So from Rose said, there's a danger, the Antichrist danger is to have orthodoxy without Christ. So providence must always be in the equation. The remembrance is that church, right? It's the honouring of the mother, a living memory. Christ is a full-on reality in the liturgy and in the calendar, the liturgical calendar. He is now the seasons. The seasons actually are fundamentally changed with Christ. Like I said, before in pagan times, it was a slow degeneration, even if they just felt it was cyclical. In autumn, winter, people felt that spiritually, that death was there. And the decay, though, was happening in the decay from that original Luciferic spiritual experience. Wow. Okay. How much further do we have to go here? I don't want to go too far. Yeah. Still coming through? Looks like it. Oh, okay, that whole thing, we're about halfway then, I think. Yeah, I guess we'll keep going, we're halfway. That'll be alright. Not much further. Glad I brought my walking shoes today. What were we saying? Interesting though, isn't it, friends? All that, just trees. Obviously there's some tower out there, but still cool. We were saying, Really, that's the only saving from the Antichrist. Because we need more protection. Because things are more complicated than we realize. Do other people recognize that there are tiny satanic demons in the technology, in the propositions we even use, in the abstractions? Do people get that? You know, that's the kind, I mean, you don't need to necessarily know that, but you do need to be following and be able to discern providential will to be led out of it, right? And to be purified every morning in your prayers. You do need that, or else you're a slave to it. You don't necessarily have to know the minutiae of, the minute detail of what is actually spiritually satanic and what's luciferic and what's not. But getting this part right, remembrance and providence, honouring the mother and the father. We have to follow the path now of purification, illumination, union, mystic union. We're all called to do it. That's the true living spiritual life. Your inner life can't just be modern, it has to be resurrected. It can't just be modern going to the ceremonies. Because as we know, right, when the feeding of the 5,000, it's incredibly important, the divine liturgy, incredibly important, to pare it down. Because if you experience the St. John of the Cross experience, you'd be blown apart without being purified, right? It's the food. But at the same time, we can't just eat, experience the body and blood of Christ, which is real and true in the liturgy, and then go our merry way, off to modernity. No, we have to have the deep communion every day in the depth practices, in mystic practices, right? We have to, like, what does Christ say to the apostles? He says, will you too go away? Or I just think now in this AI age, with everything that's happening, we have to aspire to, and we're supposed to anyway, we're all called to be saints. We have to aspire to the resurrection of our inner experience, our inner life, complete resurrection of our inner life. Gosh, I thought we'd be there by now. Seems like it's quite far a ways down. Let's just see, I mean, it's pretty beautiful though, as we can see from here. Very beautiful. Stark. The Pacific. Yeah. You can see that, right, friends? Oh yeah, cool, signal's still strong. Good. Oh, we've come this far, shouldn't be too long. Hopefully the signal holds up. Let's go. That's why we have 3 cell phone carriers on this live stream now. So maybe it survives going down into a valley or something. We'll see. If it drops out, I'll keep my eye on it. And so stay, and I'll be back momentarily. So, yes, that's what we're called to be. That's what we're called to do. To bring that scepter, to become that cup for the revelation of He who is. Because remember, the Holy Grail isn't the Holy Grail itself. That is Mary. When she says, let it be with me according to your word, that's what we are to become. That's what these practices allow us to do, to become empty like the cup, to be in the pour in spirit, pour in the first wine, pour in this luciferic mixed waters of the below the firmament, so we can be filled with the waters above the firmament, to use some Bible quotes. That's what we're after. And luckily we don't have to do it on our own, because it's not possible to do it on your own. It's not possible. And my arm's going to get a bit tired keeping that there like that, so I'm just going to chuck you fellas and ladies here. Bang, and down, so we can see where we're going. There we are. What a lovely... I mean, the country's full of this stuff, friends. If you ever want to come here, if you like this sort of thing. It's got it. It's got it. Oh man, are we even halfway down yet? Hopefully it's not too much further. Hey, but I'm well exercised, well used to these long walks now. So becoming that Holy Grail, to receive the true Holy Grail, Him. And that's in a sense what a pilgrimage is, or it was for our friend Brown. It's just going out. But you've got to be careful too. You can go on a pilgrimage and then you're connected to the internet the whole time. You've got to be careful with that, right? Of course, even the Lord can deal with that situation. But when I'm going on my day, things on my own, most of the time it's best to have a blocker and block the internet, or not bring a SIM card with you. I mean, if you're going out into the wilderness where it might be dangerous or something, well, now I just block the internet, right? So on my laptop, and I don't have none of those apps on your phone. Turn off all notifications. No apps on your phone, social media apps. Block the internet on your PC if you take it with you. You need to be disconnected from it for that time if you're withdrawing, not constantly touching it, checking it, disconnected from it. All right, we're here. Wow. Looks like a few people might live here, maybe. Oh, it's a little lookout, friends. Look at little... Here we are. Nice. There she is, a little secluded paradise. Do we have signal? I don't know. Let's see. Little paradise. All right. Just to make it even better, here's me in the photo for you. Woo! Woo! Nice. Be great if we had signal down here. What a great place to finish it. We're getting to this segment, friends, don't you worry. We're getting the computer out, we're gonna look at these two videos. Okay. Now, have we survived? Have we survived? Nice. Look at that little emergence for you. You can see that? Let's have a look and make sure that's still working there. Otherwise, that'd be a shame. Hopefully it's coming through. Maybe. Maybe not. Yes, it's still coming through. Thank you. All right, we're coming down, everyone. We're going down. Oh, it looks like people having a party. I guess they're camping here. Nice. Barbecue, seats. That's one good thing Australian local councils are pretty good with. The setup, right? The tables and stuff that they put in places like this. Tables and chairs. But it means that we don't have one. They're using it for their camping stuff. That's all right. Nice place. Wow. Nice. Look at that, eh? Little bridge. Oh wow, they fully set up their camping spots there. Little bubbling brook. Nice. Don't know exactly where we can set this up. Maybe over here. The old magpie call. Maybe there. Hello, friends. Okay. That's pretty comfortable there in the grass. It's not so bad. I don't know where we'll set the computer up. Maybe on this rock or something. Or, I don't know. Gotta love it, eh? Alright, you can go here for now. How's that looking? Loving it. Aren't you, friends? I'm loving it. All right. Hopefully this is still working. Let's check again. Oh yeah, it is. Lovely. Although I'm just a black spot, but that doesn't matter, right? You got a nice view. Little bug. See ya. Whoops. I know, it looks like you can still see it. It just looks like on my phone that you can't see me. Alright. I know this is a bit boring, but let's try to get this video set up for our last half hour. What a great place to... I'll go out on the beach before we finish so you can get a closer look at the water and stuff. Got a little magpie. Probably near his nest or something. I mean, this may not be a very good signal to watch a YouTube video, but it might be alright. We'll see. Okay. I think this might just work. It only goes for 1:45 anyway, but see that, friends? Let's have a look at this for a second. Ah, yeah. It's a bit low. A little bug on my screen. All right. Should be able to see that. Although it's not very big in screen, I don't know if I want to set up the... try to get the camera any closer, really. Yeah. All right.
And finally, our Christian life and learning must be such that it will enable us, because this is the test of it. The test is not whether we are faithful to some canon of the Sixth Ecumenical Council. The test is whether this learning and our life will enable us to know the true Christ, and therefore to recognize the false Christ, Antichrist, when he comes. It is not theoretical knowledge or correctness that will give this knowledge to us. Vladimir Solovyov, in his parable of Antichrist, has a valuable insight when he notes that in his fictitious account, which is very, however, true to life, that Antichrist will build a museum for the Orthodox of all possible Byzantine antiquities. That is, all ancient icons, all ancient chants, all ancient church architecture, ancient vestments, everything will be according to the ancient traditions, Byzantium, if only they will accept him and bow down to him. And so also, mere correctness in orthodoxy without a loving Christian heart will not be able to resist Antichrist. And in fact, even those who recognize intellectually Antichrist will bow down to him if their hearts are cold. We will recognize him and be firm to stand against him, chiefly through the heart and not the head. We must develop in ourselves the right Christian feelings and instincts, and put off all our fascination with spiritual comforts, the spiritual comforts of the Orthodox way of life, these external things which are good in themselves but are secondary. Or else we will be, as one discerning observer of present-day converts has observed, we will be Orthodox but not Christian.
Get away. Do you hear that, everyone?
And finally, our Christian life and learning
Let's just hear the start again.
must be such that it will enable us, because this is the test of it. The test is not whether we are faithful to some canon of the Sixth Ecumenical Council. The test
isn't whether we're faithful to a particular law. Of course, that's important as an icon to get to the living, risen Christ, right?
Is whether this learning in our life will enable us to know the true Christ.
To know him.
And therefore to recognize.
To know him as a fact of experience. I think it's pretty safe to assume that Seraphim Rose, out in his monastic life, that's what happened. A lot of people talk about him being clairvoyant. I think that's true. Though he doesn't talk about it. Because he wants you to go to seek truth first, and whatever comes about, and that's the way to do it. But it gets, of course, more interesting.
It's the false Christ, Antichrist, when he comes.
He says later in this, doesn't he, that you can intellectually recognize the false, the Antichrist, but you will still fall to him in the will unless you've got a living and loving heart, right?
It is not theoretical knowledge or correctness that will give this knowledge to us.
Not correctness, not theoretical knowledge, not correctness. Because a lot of people use the correctness theory of truth as well, right? Heidegger talks a lot about that, the correctness theory of truth.
In his parable of Antichrist has a valuable insight when he notes that in his fictitious account, which is very, however, true to life, that Antichrist will build a museum for the of all possible Byzantine antiquities. That is, all ancient icons, all ancient chants, all ancient church architecture.
All ancient icons, all ancient chants. And I just saw today, or the other day, there's a terrible situation online called Byzantine or Athos chants. And this person is creating AI footage of monastics, copying whatever, Athos monastics walking around. And matching that with Byzantine chants, Byzantine I don't know if this person thinks this is okay, or are they they're doing a good thing, but this is what we're talking about. It's making a museum of a technicalized museum, and it's dead. But then how despicable, using AI, a demon, to create footage of monks walking around to go to the chants. Man, I mean, is your motive views then? Do you want to entertain people listening to the chants while poisoning them with clearly false semblance? But that's what he's talking about.
Ancient vestments, everything will be according to the ancient traditions, Byzantium. If only they will accept him and bow down to him. And so also, mere correctness in orthodoxy without a loving Christian heart will not be able to resist Antichrist. And in fact, even those who recognize intellectually Antichrist will bow down to him if their hearts are cold. We will recognize him and be firm to stand against him, chiefly through the heart and not the head. We must develop in ourselves the right Christian feelings and instincts, and put off all our fascination with spiritual comforts, the spiritual comforts of the Orthodox way of life. These external things are good in themselves, secondary. Or else we will be, as one discerning observer of present-day converts has observed, we will be Orthodox but not Christian.
And so that speaks to what we were talking about earlier today, weren't we? We are talking about this if you get wrapped up in the intellectual war, you can follow all the procedures of the church, but also even getting wrapped up in the beauty of the church and the magisterium, the money the church has, getting invited to the Vatican to be some youth ambassador, whatever it may be, right? The money aspect. That's kind of Antichrist in a sense of, if that becomes your God, if you intellectually recognize what the Antichrist is, but it becomes your God because it's your chief desire, it's your chief motivating impulse, rather than the living Christ and the awakened heart. But remember, it's not just the heart, for those who think it's emotion, you're talking about emotion. No. For those who are even listening, that I'm sure it's people that understand this. It's gravity, it's intrinsic value, it's spiritual touch, it's fact of experience stuff here, right? Interaction with He who is truth, not just emotively. But that is, of course, the key prime aspect of a loving and awakened heart. And what we pray for love. Love of the hierarchies and the saints, our fellow men and women, and love of the Father, the Son, and the Mother. For charity, to awaken this love in our heart. And then eventually through this intuition he's talking about, he said Christian instinct, right? But it's not intuition, again, like this stupid modern understanding of it. Stupid modern understanding of it. It's as Bergson talks about. It's via sympathy able to look to the essence of things, to receive impulses from the essence of things, to eventually even to feel as touch and emotion, the immediacy of touch and emotion as a sense. And also a becoming. Because every time you touch the essence of something else, an angeloi or Christ, you become a little bit Him and He becomes into you. He knows he already knows you anyway, but the other things do. It can only happen if it happens both ways, right? It has to be a permission, it has to come from the other thing through the bond of sympathy. That's what unlocks all of this. But how wonderful. Looks like it's still working. Or hope so. Let's reload that. It says I'm offline though. That's weird. Why? I don't know. Looks like that. Well, maybe the other two providers are still working. I hope they are. Why would that have turned off? It should still be working. Oh, weird. It's gone. The Optus still looks like it's working, but one of them looks like it's not connected. Protecting service, seems to still have service. Let's see if that's coming back up on mine now. Might have overheated or something. Sorry that we've stopped here for a moment. Looks like Telstra switched off for a moment. Might be able to get it back online. Nothing yet though. Strangely. Detecting service. Should be working. Unless it ran out of data. Ah, there we go. Looks like it's come up. Let's see where we are then. Okay. Yeah, it seems to be working. Should be back. Okay, look, it looks like it's still working. Very interesting from Sarah from Rose. Sorry about that if we disconnected there, but it may still be working. Or may have worked the whole time. But let's have a look at, interestingly, what our Catholic friend, De Creevy determined to be Catholic, is saying. Let's have a look. Lots of links there. You can go back through the footage to see what my pages are. Priestly formation. Oh wait, do we lose it again? Come on. What's happening here? Oh wait, it's not. Let me look. Let's connect back to that. Back online.
The perfect person to witness Christ. Priest. I did want to kind of study the book. The other day, I got this book from Jean Curie, which is called Priestly Formation Towards a Sapiential Vision. And while I'm not a priest, I did want to kind of study the book that he had written on priestly formation, specifically because back in the 1990s, I don't think you can see it here, but Father Martial wrote Integral Formation of Catholic Priests, a book with a foreword from Donald Wuerl, who was then Bishop of Pittsburgh, if I'm not mistaken. This was a book that was published when I entered the Legions of Christ in 1991. And I suppose when you're young and you're 18, you just take at face value what people say to you. Well, that's the way things are, and that's the way formation is. And you could pass years in a structure that is good, but never actually progress on the spiritual life. And, you know, it's 33 years now since that journey began, and I've known a lot of priests who have never understood prayer. I've known a lot of priests who have never understood the spiritual life. Nobody has mentored them. Nobody has shown them. Their formators didn't understand the spiritual life. And it was literally the blind leading the blind. It really was. And it's interesting, this book got a lot of press in the church.
Wow. Wow, I mean, that's pretty stark problem, isn't it? He said he's known. I mean, that's anecdotal, of course, but a lot of people, I think that's probably the case for a lot. But well, this is what I was saying a bit before about getting the monastery into the cathedral, putting the depth life up front as a goal, not just saying, oh, by the way, guys, this experience is it's for very few people, when it's actually something that everyone is to strive to do and is possible for them. Called to be saints, right? And so, not really making a comment either way, but that's his experience. I know that he was in a seminarian and such. That doesn't mean the ritual doesn't work, though, right? It doesn't count on the priest himself. But just something to be wary of, right? It's something to, if it's a problem, it needs to be talked about, isn't it? That's why he's talking about it. But at the same time, and even though I might get flack for talking about the depth life, I don't care. I'm just doing whatever. Providence and remembrance. We all must seek providence. We must all seek Christ as the risen Christ as a fact of experience, to be led and be able to discern divine will, and it's possible. And that's what he's calling us to do. So, begin. Ideas and theory are only ever a preparation. You can fill yourself with that and not have the authentic experience and resurrection of your inner life. You can have people spend all their lives talking about the religion and spiritual experience all over online, and they're actually not interacting with what we're talking about. Or they're lost in the concepts of it and sort of postulating a Christ's everywhere. Yes, that's true, but you're not actually in communion with it. You're not you're not as a fact of experience that requires purification, illumination, and union. Yes, he is. Yes, he is the source of this and that. I mean, you see this a lot in Protestantism, right? It's salvation after, rather than the kingdom of heaven being here now, and salvation happening here now. No. You know, it's what the monastics are doing. But let me have a look at the chats, see what. Well, maybe we can listen to a little bit more of this, I suppose.
In 1991, there are aspects in it which are objectively fine, but it kind of definitely misses the lived personal experience of somebody who's able to teach and mentor others what they have lived and learned and loved. And so when Jean Curie came out with this book, I said, I have to read it, because I wanted to compare it to that previous book that I had read in 1991. And obviously it's not a book that's going to be promoted today, given what we know. But our Lord is kind of allowing these big projects to grow and progress in the church, and then they fail. And he's kind of letting you say, look, guys, you need to return to the basics of what I left my church. The deep, living tradition. And this is what Christ gave to us, gave to the church. Because at the moment, there's a lot of polarization happening in the church between, various groups. And this polarization is very, very, very dangerous, because you can fail to capture what is really important for the life of the church and for the future of the church. If we think about back in the life of St. Teresa of Avila and John of the Cross.
And that's, we're going to finish watching up there. There are 2 videos for today. In future, you can send them during the stream, and then I'll review them when we get to the point that we're at now, right? And talk about it. And so, that polarization on that point, right? On that point, there is no left and right. There is no liberal wing and conservative wing of the church, in the sense that if you're led by divine will, you'd be led to do things that might surprise both sides of whatever spectrum is existing. And that's where you want to be. You want to be in a place where divine will is disclosed to you, or can be disclosed to you, and follow that. That's what this is all about. man. If you don't seek that, or don't know how, that's really what it's all for. It's an icon for that. It's not some moral teaching in the sense that it's not some social teaching to make your life go better. Although that does happen. Although that does happen. It's an icon to communion with God. Of course, a lot of that is moral. It's because a lot of it is the moral work, right? Because it's moral work and prayer work. It's prayer. It really always comes back to prayer. Always come back to prayer. Let's get out on this water here. All right. Quite nice, isn't it? Here we are, coming to the end of our day. Well, 2 beaches, bit of bush, nice views, and a secluded, secret cove, I guess you'd call it that, right? Secret beach, hideaway beach. I like these smaller beaches. Oh wow, what a pleasure. Thanks for joining me. Thanks for sending in your chats. I'll see you at exactly the same time next week. DM me anytime about how to progress in these practices, friends. Happy to talk with you about it on Twitter or on my email, scott@greenwood.media. I'm happy to help. As always, join the fellowship at scottmannion.com/fellowship. I've also just released a reading list. If you want the full reading list, just DM me. If you can't afford the $10 or whatever sign up for the fellowship, I'm happy to send it to you if you want the whole thing. If you can't afford it though, also, I mean, you've got the main books to get started there anyway, but if you want the full thing, I'm not going to deny it to you if you ask for it, if you can't afford it. So anyway, guys, blessings to you. Get started on the practice. Look to my lectures on how to discern the Holy Spirit if you've progressed in the practices. But there's prerequisites to doing that. You have to have been doing it for the months, right? 6 months. I mean, that's an exact date, but 3 to 6 months, let's say. Probably 6 months. Hour in the morning, upwards to an hour. Starting small, habituate it slowly. Habituate it, start with 5 minutes, 15 minutes, then each month you can increase it, go up to half an hour. Pray for the time to do it. We have to do this now. We have to do this now. But what a beautiful place to end our stream. Coming up on 5 hours now. I'm going to find my way home now, friends. And say goodbye. Chris Doak. Great friend, my friend, Chris Doak. Thanks for moderating. Thanks for watching and being here. I'll see you next week, my friend. And thank you for wishing me a good week. Have a great week. Blessings to you, everyone. Oh, I pray for you every day, actually. Pray for me as well. That'd be nice. Pray for me. Pray for me, please. Collectively, I do. Everyone who watches and everyone who's a member of the fellowship, I pray for, of course. And individually, if anyone ever asks. All right, everyone. I'll see you next week. I don't know where we'll be, but we'll be here starting at 12 p.m. Sydney, Australia time. I think it's about maybe 5 p.m. in Los Angeles. I'll see you then. What a great day. Hope you enjoyed it. Hope you got something out of it. As always, check out the lectures too. But I'm going to disconnect this now. God bless everyone. I'll see you next time. And I'll pan off to the beach and then disconnect it. There you go. I'm going to wait out. I'm going to wait it out till it actually gets fully to... Ah, shit, actually. Oh, it's only just reached 5 hours. I guess I probably should have kept going a bit longer, but... Yeah, I guess we only fully went on air at about 12:27. So we missed out on about 15 minutes there.